TRID buyer who is a borrower. If there's a borrower, then that borrower has to be given this closing disclosure within 3 days of the closing. The seller could receive it the day of closing. And once upon a time, before all of this happened, they did that quite frequently. The parties, even the buyer borrower, didn't get the closing disclosure till the day of closing. And that wasn't good because they might have some mysterious fees they didn't know about. So the thank you. The revision there was that, okay, from here forward, under TRID, the borrower has to see it within 3 days of closing. The seller could still get it day of closing, though. It's good business practice to let them get it sooner than later, but it's not a requirement that the seller has 3 days like it is for the buyer. So it's for when it's a borrower. So if it's a cash sale, then TRID doesn't apply. And therefore, this closing disclosure could indeed be given to the parties on the day of closing instead of days ahead of time. So none of these actually work. So it's answer D. Right answer, another way to say the right answer would be the borrower must receive the closing disclosure within 3 days of closing. Oh, good question. Which parts of the closing disclosure the broker is responsible for verifying? So what is on the disclosure we saw when we went through it? It's all that stuff that comes over from the contract, purchase price, any amount the seller agrees to pay on the buyer's behalf, things that might have gotten negotiated during the transaction for repairs, maybe a credit, maybe a warranty, all of that sort of thing, tax proration. And all of those things I've mentioned so far are things we brokers have some knowledge of or something to do with. But there are also things, especially when it's a borrowing situation that we aren't directly involved with, because they're interacting, that buyer borrower client of yours is interacting with that lender, loan originator, without you. They're talking to them one-on-one without you being right there. And that lender charges certain fees that have nothing to do with what's actually on the contract and therefore have no way for you to have knowledge of. So it's basically lender fees that you are not responsible for. Everything else you are, but the lender related things, no. Well, I guess the right answer to that, how much of the math are we responsible for? Do you mean in real life or for this class? Because in real life, we still need to verify like discount points. We know how much a discount point costs. You are tested in post licensing on how to calculate that again. Okay, for verifying that document, pretty much, again, just everything but the loan related things. You would say to the lender, because you hopefully would be in touch with them as sort of a partner in a way. And many times you've referred them to that very lender, but they might bring their own sometimes. But it's smart to be in touch with them, and you'd say to them, they would have, a good lender, every lender is supposed to have gone through it with them. So that lender's going to go over it with the borrower, specifically about the loan fees. Then you're going to go over the closing disclosure with the borrower about everything else. As far as which parts of the closing disclosure the attorney is responsible for verifying, well, they're the ones who make it. And so the reason we're checking behind is to make sure they didn't mess it up or make any kind of errors. Their paralegal is plugging numbers into the spreadsheet and producing this closing disclosure. So it's them who are making this thing, and then it's the lender, loan originator, making sure the loan fees are accurate and correctly reported, and then you're handling the other stuff. The broker Michael, broker Michael on Friday afternoon enters into a contract to buy a condominium, originally constructed in 1994. The seller did not use an agent, selected no representation on the whole disclosure. The contract said it's a 10-day due diligence period. On Sunday, Michael meets another owner from the same community, discovers that there are significant debt issues, it's got lawsuits tied up, and decides to terminate the purchase. What will happen? Receive a full refund of down payment because of the 7-day right of rescission. Don't forget, it's kind of, I guess, maybe distracting because it's called the 1986 Condominium Act of North Carolina, something along those lines. But it's about new construction condos. So the rescission period of time, 7-day rescission, is for new only. It doesn't work. It's not applicable to resale condos. So this is a resale condo. So he's not going to get a full refund because there is no right of rescission or days that he can back out because it's not a new construction purchase. Would he forfeit due diligence paid but get a refund of earnest money once he notifies the seller that he's going to back out in writing? That sounds right. Sounds pretty good. It's got the, yes, he's losing due diligence. No, he's not. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's losing due diligence, but he will get the earnest money because he did back out within the due diligence period. So B is probably right. Will he receive a full refund of any down payment because of the 5-day? That's not a thing. 5-day right of rescission is about timeshares. Timeshares have a 5-day. Condos that are new construction have a 7-day. What about D? Forfeit due diligence, but get the earnest money once he verbally notifies. Nope, verbal doesn't work. When you're backing out, you've got to give that notification that you're backing out in writing. So it is indeed best answer B. Broker Susan is assisting a commercial buyer client buying a shopping center. Several weeks of looking around, the prospective buyer gets into an option to purchase. It's only condos, just condos, in the chat, not townhouses. After several weeks of investigating properties, the prospective buyer gets into an option to purchase and gives Susan the option fee. Check for the option fee of $10,000. All right, what do we know about options to purchase? What is this buyer, or we should say potential buyer, because they're not buying for sure, right? The only thing they're buying at this stage is the period of time to decide if they want to actually buy the property. And so who do they give their option fee to in exchange for this amount of time? Who are going to write that $10,000 option fee check to? It's going to be written to the person who's sitting back and saying, look, I won't sell my property to anybody else until you make your decision. But not forever. It's going to be for this specific amount of time. Decide within the year or however much time we agree on. And so therefore, this option fee is made payable to the seller. So therefore, would we put it in a trust account at all? No. The earnest money, if that's the case on a traditional purchase, the earnest money would go into a trust account, and it would therefore need to be made payable to the owner, holder of the trust account, a real estate firm or a closing attorney. But in this case, with an option to purchase, it's sort of like a due diligence fee. Both of them are made payable to the seller, and both of them need to be given to the seller as soon as this thing becomes an actual signed executory contract. In this case, it's an option to purchase contract. It's not a promise to buy it. It's a, hey, I'll give you this amount of time to decide if you want to buy it. So best answer here is C. That broker needs to safeguard the $10,000 fee until she can transfer it and give it to the seller or the optionor. Right? Every other answer choice involves a trust account, and that can't work. If we add a little level of complexity to this thing, if it said provisional broker Susan, blah blah blah, and then she gets this $10,000 option check, and let's say it's Saturday, it doesn't even matter what day it is. Let's say she can't get a hold of the optionor, and it's going to be a couple of 2-3 days before she can actually give it to the seller optionor. What should that provisional broker do with this money if she is a provisional broker? As a provisional broker, One of the few things that you can't do is hang on to money. You have to give it to somebody. And so Joseph's got it right. She's got to give it to her BIC. If it needs to be held for a couple of days, she can't be the one holding. She would have to immediately get it over to the optionor. If she can't, going to have to give it to her BIC, who is a non-provisional broker, right? Yes. If it's the provisional broker's own listing, yeah, she just can't hold anybody's money for any amount of time longer than just to be a delivery person. So I guess logistics would be you're sitting across the table writing up this offer. They write the checks because maybe they're going to head out of town and they're just more convenient to go ahead and give them to you. And so the offer hasn't even been presented, much less accepted. And you're a provisional. You can't just throw them in the file and wait a couple of days till you find out if it gets accepted. Immediately goes to the BIC. That makes sense. If a loan, let me see what the question was. If a loan isn't approved, okay. Buyer and seller go under contract using the standard offer to purchase. The buyer later finds out he'll not be able to obtain the 90% LTV loan that he said he was going to try to get. What's most likely? Is it true that the seller immediately can cancel the contract? No. No, it's not dead yet. In fact, many times it works out. Is it true the buyer can terminate and get a full refund of all the money, due diligence and earnest? There's almost no case where they're going to get their due diligence money back. So no, that's not true. Buyer can terminate during due diligence and get a refund of his earnest money. That sounds pretty good. Or the contract is automatically terminated. No, it's not automatically terminated just because they found out they couldn't get the loan. They would have to decide not to go forward with the purchase, they, the buyer, and the buyer might make that decision because, they can't find any other way to get the money or to borrow from anywhere else. Sorry. And what usually happens in real life in that case is both the brokers and everybody chimes in and says, did you try this lender? They've worked miracles for me before. So best answer choice there is C. They may terminate during the due diligence period and get the earnest money back. Now, if they had initially added a finance contingency into it along with that contract, which says if you don't get approved for the loan, then you get all of your money back, due diligence and earnest both, then what would happen in this case? They're getting all their money back because the finance contingency says so. But that finance contingency would have to have been written by an attorney, a custom-made extra addendum. There is no standard one for that. There is one if it's an FHA or VA loan, but that FHA VA addendum that you could attach is a version of a finance contingency in that it says if it doesn't appraise for the full value, and we don't find this out until after the due diligence deadline is over, the buyer can back out and get their earnest money back, even though they're past the due diligence deadline. So in that way, an FHA VA addendum is a finance contingency with those terms. The due diligence money is still gone, still in the possession of the seller, not coming back. But it protects the earnest money if they have to back out because of the appraisal after deadline. Oral non-exclusive buyer agency must what? Oh boy, this one, man. I'll be honest. I was juggling A and B myself for a minute. First of all, let's go backwards. Does it oral buyer agency have to be in writing no later than 3 days? No, that's nonsense. In writing no later than 30 days from initial, that's nothing we ever talked about. What about have a verbal agreement regarding important terms of buyer agency like compensation and dual agency? Even though nothing is in writing, you are still obligated within this oral buyer agency thing to convey it to them, explain it to them. So you have to talk about everything you have to talk about, whether they're writing something and signing it in writing or not. You're still disclosing everything. So B is the right answer. But A sure does look good, doesn't it? Because it says, be in writing no later than the time an offer to purchase contract is formed. And that darn form, 2T, is named offer to purchase and contract. And I'm going to be optimistic and say you're not going to see something quite this ambiguous, let's just call it, on the PSI. Because what I think it is, and I'm waiting to get confirmation, but there's no other reason I can come up with why. But it says it's calling it an offer to purchase contract. And it's therefore saying we are in the contract stage. It is a contract. And so does a oral buyer agency agreement have to be put into writing after the offer is made, but when the contract is agreed upon and everybody says, yes, this is what we're going to do? No, that's too late. It needs to be done at the time the offer is made. So the little minor adjustment that could make this A be the right answer is to scratch out the word contract. If it's just an offer, then yes, that's when oral buyer agency needs to be reduced to writing. Does that make sense? So I think it's that. I just think it's that. They're calling it, it's actually a contract, not an offer, and that's why A doesn't work. Real estate broker in North Carolina recommends an inappropriate sales price to their client in order to help their personal friend buy the property at a discounted price. What could happen to them? Would the real estate commission discipline them? You bet. Could they be sued civilly? Yes. Everybody can be sued for anything, everything, right? So sure, A, B, both could happen, but we're looking for the thing that can't happen. Is it mandatory reimbursement of financial losses? Sure. Oh, wait, there's more. As required by the commission. Well, the commission doesn't dictate the money you would have to reimburse someone for. So C is the exception there. Let's make sure D doesn't work. Mandatory education required by the commission. Well, that could go hand in hand with whatever their disciplinary action is. They could say you're going to be suspended and you have to take some post-licensing and this elective and this other thing just to kind of get you back on track because you clearly have forgotten what you learned. Best answer as to the exception here is C. Because not that they can't be forced to reimburse, but the entity who would force them to reimburse would not be the real estate commission. It'd be a court of law probably. Maybe the realtor association. But the commission never deals with our money. They never fine us for money, except a timeshare developer. That's it's not going on in this one. An engaged couple buys their home in Raleigh a week before they get married. So they're not married, they buy it. Pause. How do they own this thing that they just bought before they get married? What are their options? What are the two possibilities that they could take ownership of this property? There you go. Tenants in common or joint tenancy. And in North Carolina, joint tenancy is actually pretty rare because it's kind of complicated and you have to use very specific language from case law to accomplish the goals of joint tenancy. And so it's probably tenants in common, honestly. They go off and get married. They come back from their honeymoon and they buy a condo. And then again, typically when you're married, the default, the automatic, they'll ask, but the attorney's probably going to advise and say, okay, you need to own this as tenants by the entirety. So which of the following is true? They can't own both as tenants by the entirety because they weren't married when they bought the first one. And buying it when you're not married and then getting married doesn't mean that it converts automatically. They bought the first one, let's say, as tenants in common. It did not automatically convert over just because they became married. Do they own the beach home that they bought after they got married as tenants by the entirety? Yes, quite likely, because that's the most preferential method for married people. Do they own the new home as joint tenants? There's really no reason for us to think that they would. Do they own both in severalty? That's impossible, right? Because they bought them both together. They don't have to own them both as by entirety, but they certainly don't own them both separately because they bought them together. Now, could they go back to that first one they bought before they got married, tell an attorney, we want to switch this from tenants in common to tenants by the entirety? Yes, they could. They could do that. But in this case, in this moment in time, the beach home is owned as tenants by the entirety. Provisional broker completed a CMA for their seller. What is true? Is it true that provisionals may not work as special agents for sellers until they remove their status? No. Again, provisionals can do just about everything that non-provisionals can do. Let's go over it. What can a provisional not do? Give me something. Yeah, designated dual with their BIC. You got it. Their own BIC. Can't do that. They can't be a property manager, right? Can they be a commercial broker? Yeah, long as they have good guidance and mentorship and training, right? They can't be a commercial broker if their BIC is not experienced in commercial, though. And they can't do a BPO for a fee. It's just pretty much those three things. No BPO for a fee, no designated dual up against their BIC. Yeah, okay. Can't hold on to money. Got to pass that on through, give it to their BIC. But it's probably still single digits stuff that a provisional can't do. Provisional can recommend a probable market value. Stop. Nobody who has a broker's license can give what's called a market value. They have to call it something else. So we know that's not right. Provisionals required to have their BIC complete the CMA. No, the BIC will get real tired of doing the work for them. While the BIC is responsible for oversight, making sure they're trained, making sure they're doing things correctly and being available for questions, the BIC doesn't actually do the work. They don't complete it for them. The PB still does the work, still does the CMA. Can they recommend a probable sale price for their seller based on the CMA? Yeah, that's better. That's better than B because it's a probable sales price, preferably in a range, right? So D is the best answer there. All of the following would be allowed under North Carolina state exemptions to fair housing, except which one? Okay, the wording alone had me kind of spinning my wheels for a minute because I'm like, okay, wait, it's almost like a double negative, and we're talking about exemptions, and then the word except is in there, and it's like, oh boy. So it might help to kind of reword the question. All of the following would be allowed under North Carolina state exemptions except. So let's say for every answer choice, is it true that the parents of a student at Charlotte Area College may choose to rent the other half of a duplex to females only since their relative, their daughter, lives there? Is that a North Carolina exemption? Yes, it is. So that's true. Therefore, it's not the right answer to this question because we're looking for the thing that's not true because they said all the following except. Okay. In fact, since you'll have scratch paper, you could just write on your scratch paper A, B, C, D, and then next to A, you could write true. And then you're going to have 3 trues and 1 false, and the false one is going to be the right answer to this question because the false one is the exception to what the question is about, right? Little hacks, right? Is it true that dormitory rooms at a local college can rent out to males only? Yes, that's true. Another T. T for true. So therefore, it's not the exception. Is it true that a for sale by owner can decide to sell their property exclusively to families without young children as long as no broker is involved? Well, sorry, I just blanked. That is not true. They are the owner. And so that was the first item on the bullet list between the exemptions comparing federal to state. If it were federal only, and this house weren't in North Carolina, it was in a state that agreed with the federal rule, then C would be a true one. But North Carolina, to our credit, says, nope, sorry, even if you're the owner, you still can't choose to no exemption allowed, in other words. So C is the right answer there. What's wrong with D? Is it true that a widow deciding to rent her spare bedroom to another female, is that okay? Well, that falls under the second bullet point on the exemption list for North Carolina. And North Carolina, compared to the federal one, doesn't matter here because the owner is the one who is saying, I'm the owner and I don't want to rent to somebody based on their protected class. In North Carolina, it could be the widow's daughter. The widow owns it, but her daughter lives there. And in either case, it's either owner or relative of owner who can cause the owner to decide not to rent to somebody in a protected class. So C is the best answer here. Yes, you got it. That's what they're going to do. Do we answer that question differently depending on whether it's national test versus North Carolina? They'll ask you it differently. If it shows up on the national, it won't mention North Carolina at all, right? It'll talk about federal, but it would probably say all the following will be allowed under federal fair housing exemptions, except, right? So they would adjust it to that. What scenario represents legal timeshare ownership? Well, there's a clue in the question itself. Membership at a resort allowing you to visit 5 weeks over at least 5 years. Well, the numbers work because the rules for a timeshare is using it 5 times over a minimum or at least 5 periods. And so that's the case here. But the thing is, they're calling it a membership. It's ownership. It's not membership. Oh, look, B says shared ownership at a resort that allows you to visit at least 5 weeks over the next 10 years. Is 10 at least 5? Yes, right? It's more than, so therefore B is the right answer there. Is it shared ownership that allows you to visit 5 weeks over the 3 years? Not enough years. Needs to be at least 5, right? So C can't be right. All righty, let's see here. Oh, it's break time. Let's have a break, and then I'll look back through the chat and see what the requests were, and we'll go over those when we get back. I'll see you in 10. Welcome back. Good to see you. Okay. Alrighty. I was flying through this national exam so I could walk through some of them, and I had to skip some. So don't hold my grade against me. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. From the state exam, questions 14, 18, and 19. Let's take a look at the state. There's the state. 14, 18, and 19. Is that the right one? We're on the same page? Is that what you're wondering? Where'd you go? No? Was it the midterm? Well, the midterm wasn't broken up into state and national. I'll just work my way through unless you guys have certain questions. 14 on the midterm. Yeah, let me check that one out. Was that the one? Maybe, maybe not. No. Okay. 14 on the midterm. Let's see. Buyer and seller go under contract using the standard offer to purchase. During their negotiations, they verbally agree that the seller has to leave the TV, but the buyer agent forgets to put it in the contract. Forgets to include the television as personal property included in the purchase, and the seller signed the contract as written. Seller later decides to take it with them. So if it didn't survive the contract, no matter what they agree to verbally, what happens to the TV? In the standard offer to purchase, the TV is not an automatic fixture. The bracket for it is. So if it didn't make it into the contract, let me reread it. I might be getting it wrong. Go under contract, verbally agree the seller leaves it, buyer agent forgets to include it, seller signs, they later decide to take it with them. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at it backwards and upside down, and my brain is turned off at the moment. Might have to come back to it and look at it fresh, because I don't want to waste time. Let me come back to it. But we'll keep going. Let me go back to the final, because we definitely haven't gone over that yet. The question 1 on the final is talking about when does that CE due? And remember, you can skip your first June 10th, so you might have to use your fingers and toes. But you're going to see, okay, October 31st of 2021 is when they got their license. What's the first June 10th they get to skip? June 10th of 2022, right? So therefore, the first time they must complete education would be before June 10th of 23. And the answer choice that accommodates that is B. So they need to do their CE between July 1st of 22 and June 10th of 23. Ownership or leasehold interest based on preset occupancy periods over 5 years or more. 5 years, the number 5 shows up several times when we're talking about timeshares. 5, 5, 5, 10, 5, right? Occupying it 5 times over a minimum of 5 periods or typically years. You have 5 days to back out. The developer has to hold the money for 10 days, and the developer can be fined $500 per violation. So, yep. No, just for timeshares, it's just the timeshare period. The new units only is for the condos. That's 7, yeah. Yep, good job. Which of the following statements about the Timeshare Act are false? Timeshare, use of a 2-bedroom for 1 week every other year. No, it would need to be every consecutive year, so that doesn't work. Developer can be fined by the commission for violations of the act. That sounds pretty good. Purchaser of a new timeshare ownership must be given 10-day rescission period. That sounds pretty good too. Active North Carolina real estate license is required to sell timeshares. So we're looking for the one that's false. What is false? Here are the ones that I missed. There it is. The false one is that purchasers of a new timeshare ownership must be given a 10-day rescission period. It's a 5-day rescission period. I didn't answer it when I took this thing because my head was spinning because I'm thinking, wait a minute. And because these numbers twist all around when they throw in false instead of true. And then you're like 5s and 10s. And so I get it. And all you can do in that moment of that pressure test, pressure-filled moment of the test is just maybe even skip it. Don't be afraid to skip it and come back to it and look at it fresh because it might be another question you run across. Gives you a hint to kind of help you get this one that you needed to skip. And it's okay in that moment to just be completely confused and just take a breather. When you come back to it, take a breath, acknowledge for what it is, try to identify, are they saying what is the case or what is not the case? On the timeshare, the 10 is how long the developer has to keep the deposit money. The 10 is about that. Provisional broker can advertise a property only if they mention their broker's name, firm name in the ad. They didn't mention phone number at all, but that wasn't part of the answer choices, so it's okay. But they definitely have to basically say, I work for this broker. They also need to have the broker's phone number, but again, work with what they give you. And based upon what they give us here, B is the best choice here. What is not a material fact in North Carolina? I really get twisted up sometimes about the negatives. And so I would just really warn you about that, just to keep it straight, make those maybe references on the scratch paper to kind of help you keep everything in order. So which of the following is not a material fact? You could go down through and read it this way. Is it a material fact that there's a leak around the flashing of the chimney? Yes. Therefore, that can't be the answer to this question. Is it a material fact that there's a cracked heat exchanger in the heating system? That's another one that is a material fact. There's imminent widening of the road. Yeah, that's a material fact. What about polybutylene pipes that have never leaked? So that goes back to those 3 examples of things that are always material facts. And it is not that the house has polybutylene pipes, those gray pipes. It's that they have the polybutylene pipes that have leaked before. Even if they fix the leak, it is still a material fact that has to be disclosed that happened. Has poly pipes and they leaked. If it's got the polybutylene pipes and they've never leaked, then no, that is not a material fact. So D is the best answer here. A broker verbally agrees to represent a prospective buyer even though the buyer declined to sign buyer agency. So we're oral buyer agency. Broker neglected to revisit the agency issue before showing the buyer a suitable property. Therefore, while showing the property, the agent has a fiduciary duty to whom? We don't have to revisit it before showing every single property. We talked about it. We dealt with it early. And so they still owe fiduciary to the buyers, not in writing. It's oral, it's verbal. But just because they didn't revisit agency before they showed a property doesn't stop it from being buyer agency. A statement that's true referring to agency. Is it true that a property manager acts as a special agent of the landlord? No. What kind of agent does a property manager act as on behalf of that landlord? Do I see a question? See a question mark popping up that I haven't seen before. A property manager is in the role of a general agent. Who acts as special agents for their clients? What kind of activity are you doing when you're a special agent for your client? What kind of activity is it? It's sales, right? It's sales, not management. Property management is general. Sales is special agency. A listing agent acts as a general agent of the seller. Nope. That would be a special agent of the seller. A licensee usually acts as a general agent of their firm. Well, yeah, that's true. So in the industry of real estate, there are two places where general agency pops up. One of them is when you're a property manager, you're a special agent for your client, the owner. And then when you're any broker at all, you're a special agent for general agent for your firm. What does it mean to be a general agent? You can sign on their behalf in certain cases. So can you sign on someone's behalf when you're managing their property? Yeah. Leases, like doing the whole eviction process, you can do a little more. But we would never sign an offer to purchase, turn it into a contract on behalf of our client because we don't have that general agency. We just have special agency. But that's contracts for clients I just mentioned. Now, the agency agreements that hire us or hires our firm, we're the representative for our firm. Therefore, we get to sign on behalf of our firm the listing agreement or the buyer agency agreement. So C's the best answer there. A buyer agent usually acts as universal. That's not true. We don't tend to. Could we? Yes. In what case could we act as a universal agent for our buyer? What would have to happen to give us that permission? There you go. They give you a power of attorney. They sign a power of attorney over to you. You become their attorney in fact. If a BIC is going to act as a designated agent for an in-house transaction, which of the following who may be appointed as the designated agent on the other side? Basically a non-provisional. So we're going to be looking for that, right? An actively licensed provisional. Can they be a designated? No, they can't. So that's not right. A licensed broker who has no prior confidential knowledge of the party the BIC represents. That's the best answer. But let's keep looking. A BIC can't be a designated. That's not true. A licensed broker who has prior confidential. That's not true either. So B was the best answer. Which of the following situations is considered material? Haunted house, criminal activity occurring on the property, convicted sex offender. Well, B and D are definite stigmatized properties. C is not a required material fact. Best answer is A. There's landfill nearby or considered nearby. What about criminal activity, though? Just because it happened doesn't require that you report it. It's not a material fact. What if it's important to your client? Well, what are the 4 definitions of material fact categories? One is about the property, leaky roof, excessive mold, termites. Another one is related to the property, landfill nearby, airport traffic pattern, flight pattern overhead. Another one is the financial ability of the parties to perform. And did the loan get approved? Did the seller get a foreclosure notice? And then finally, the 4th one is all encompassing. And that says whatever is important to the parties to the transaction is a material fact. But we're not getting that deep here. They would need to go further and start talking about that. But just in general, criminal activity occurring on the property is not a material fact that has to be disclosed. What if they ask? Tell them to call the police department or look up the stats. It's really something that your broker in charge is going to wish and prefer that you not get into the middle of. You could refer them to some crime stats online, but you're never going to want to say, oh yeah, this is a good area of town. What does that mean? What's the definition? And it could so easily also become a fair housing violation. What do some people think is a bad area where people that aren't like them live? So you got to be super sensitive and just basically let them do their own research of whatever they think. What's a tolerable amount of crime? In general, on the one hand, where do the bad guys go to do crime? Sometimes where the nicer things are to be stolen, right? So criminal activity could be high in a $1 million neighborhood because that's where good stuff is to get. People have TV boxes out by the mailbox maybe. In North Carolina, an oral buyer agency must be non-exclusive and have no expiration date. Best answer. Does it need to be reduced to writing before looking at properties? No. Does it need to have the details of agency delayed until written agency occurs? No. We need to go ahead and talk about it. We're doing everything except signing it, putting it in writing. We're still having the exact same level of discussion about it. We're just not writing it. Can oral buyer agency include or not? Is it required to not include dual agency? Again, it's got to include everything. The only thing you're not doing with oral buyer agency is putting it in writing yet. Working with agents disclosure must be reviewed with all consumers no later than first substantial contact. Yep. But why not the other things? With property owners upon initial contact? No. Initial contact is, hello, my name is. It doesn't get triggered until you're finding out their motive, their money, the situation, their motivation. With all consumers prior to first substantial contact, no. It's at first substantial contact, not prior to. Only to buyers in a real estate transaction, no, it's sellers too. Which of the following statements is true about the working with agents disclosure? The consumer has to sign it before you can start doing your brokerage. That's not true. They could refuse to sign it and never, ever sign it. In that case, what would you need to do if they won't sign this working with agents disclosure? They won't sign the working with agents disclosure. What's your next move? Do you have to have that thing in your files? You got to have it in your files. So you need to, make a note on it, keep it, but on it, you have to note that you tried and they wouldn't sign it. Buyer agency has been created once the buyer signs the disclosure. No, it's a disclosure. It doesn't create the relationship. Is it mandatory in all real estate transactions? This is one that gets people all the time. Because if you're the broker, then it's mandatory in every one of the transactions you're involved in, because guess what? You're a broker. Because it's a working with real estate agents disclosure. But not all real estate transactions involve brokers. So don't forget that part. The reason C doesn't work here is, what about a for sale by owner selling to a unrepresented buyer? No broker in sight. No broker involved in the transaction. Then no, there's no need for a working with agents disclosure because there's no agents being involved, being in the mix. Agent must just review the options with the consumer. What we're doing with that working with agents disclosure is saying, look, but what we're not doing, by the way, is saying, what do you want me to act as for you? That disclosure is saying, here's what I make available. Here's what I'll do. And remember, it's 4 choices for the seller and 4 choices for the buyer. 2 of the 4 are the same on both versions. They're talking about dual or designated. So essentially, if you're talking to a seller, you're saying, "Are you going to let me be your listing agent?" Here's what that means. If I'm your listing agent, then we need to put that in writing in order for me to start marketing your property. I am not comfortable doing dual agency, so I don't offer that. You could say this and not check that provision. They could say, "I want you to be a dual agent." You could say, "Sorry, I don't do that." Well, then you're out of here. I don't. That they usually aren't going to care, right? They'd usually rather not do dual anyway. But the point is that disclosure is for you to tell them which of the 4 things you're willing to do. Then you follow up the disclosure with the actual document that puts it all into place, because the disclosure is just proof in your file that you had this discussion that is required. A provisional broker obtain an offer along with a check for earnest money. That PB needs to do what? They got some money in their hand and they're a PB. They can't hold that money too long. It's like hot potato, right? They need to immediately turn it over to their broker in charge. Do they deposit it into the trust account within 3 days of acceptance? No, they don't have anything to do with the trust account. They hand it to the one who does. Do they hold it until closing? Absolutely not. Nobody can do that. Even non-provisionals have to deposit it no later than within 3 banking days of acceptance of the contract, right? Do they give the earnest money to the sellers? No, it's not made out to the sellers. It's not going to do the sellers any good. Let me pull up the comment section. There it is. Okay, it's already up. Let me show you something. This will be a good thing to review. The trust account section in the comments PDF is a good thing to get familiar with again. So let's hit those highlights. Sorry. Oh boy. So the overarching general rule about depositing money into the trust account is how many days? Calendar days or banking days? Tell me in the chat. As I slowly find my way to it. It's about banking days. We're talking about a bank account, so that might be an easy way to remember that we're talking about banking days. And this applies to what? Earnest money, sure, but also down payments, tenant security deposits, rents, homeowner association dues, received money from final settlements. And when it's a short-term rental or vacation rental, it could be reservation deposits, sales taxes. But typically in the sales side, we're just talking about earnest money. There it is. So the general rule is that once you receive it, you need to deposit it in the trust account within 3 banking days of having received it. But if it becomes a contract, it needs to be deposited within 3 banking days of the acceptance of that contract. If it's given in cash and not check, then it definitely has to be deposited following 3 days following receipt. Because cash is immediately available and could be refunded within a day instead of checks that require several days to clear. That one trust account can pretty much hold all this different money. The only time that only one trust account will not work is if you're a manager of homeowners associations. In that case, you need one for each association. But for the most part, it could have the earnest money, it could have the tenant's security deposit, all in the same thing, same account. So just a reminder about that. It's banking days and it's 3 from the receipt. Unless it's under contract, then it's 3 from acceptance of the contract. Example of a kickback prohibited by RESPA is it between agents? And that's not a kickback. Agents can pay agents referral fees. So a fee paid by the listing agent to an agent who made the referral, that's allowable. That's okay because they both have real estate licenses. We can pay who? As brokers, we can pay other brokers referral fees. We can also pay either party to the transaction. We could give some of our earned income to the seller in the transaction or to the buyer in the transaction. A kickback is what it's called when, for instance, you say, "Hey, inspector, you want to do home inspections for my clients? You want me to make a recommendation that they use you? Then pay me money. If you pay me $50, then I'll tell my client to hire you." That's a kickback. All you're doing is basically getting paid for a body, warm body. Here's a lead, give me money for the lead, and it's not allowed. That's a kickback, it's not allowed. That's different from a referral fee between licensed agents. If that home inspector, by the way, got his real estate license, then you could pay him a referral fee because now it's going from a licensee to a licensee. You're both real estate license holders. But if it's any sort of vendor, non-real estate license holder vendor, like the closing attorney, they don't have a real estate license a lot of times. And so if that closing attorney said to you, "I'll pay you $100 if you direct all of your clients to pick my firm to hold their closings at," or repair person, anything that might be hired, roofer, plumber, electrician, if you're accepting money from them for referring or pointing your client in their direction, then that's a kickback and it's not allowed. So a fee paid by a surveyor to a broker for property needing surveying is a kickback that's prohibited by RESPA. A commission shared by a listing broker with one of her provisional brokers, well, broker to broker again, is allowable. Flowers an agent sends as a housewarming gift. We're allowed to give things to the parties, and we can also give closing gifts or housewarming gifts, things of value. In that case, it would need to be something of what's called nominal value. Couldn't be like a $50,000 car, but it could be usually that magic number in court is like somewhere around $50 or less dollars. But for the most part, that's not considered a kickback at all. Real estate licensee with a newly issued provisional broker license must be affiliated with this broker in charge to activate. Yep, that's simple. Best answer, but let's see why the others don't work. Does that new provisional broker have 3 years to do their post? No, that is the old rule, but now it's half of that time. Must they complete annual continuing education requirements prior to their first license renewal? No, they don't have to do any CE the first time that June 10th rolls around. They don't have to complete any CE in the years that post-licensing classes are done. I think is what they mean by that. That's not true either. It stacks up. They have 18 months to do their posts, so they're probably going to be having to do CE in that latter part of that time period. If they haven't done their post yet, and they're doing it in the 12 to 18th month period of time, then that year they're probably also having to do CE. By the way, does the continuing education requirement count toward any of your post-licensing requirement? Can you do some CE and it uses up some of those 30-hour, 3 30-hour classes that you're required to take on the post-licensing? Wouldn't it be nice? But they are two separate things. CE is not post, post is not CE, and they are not done. They don't accomplish either of the goals. So let's recap that. CE and we have post-licensing. How many post-licensing classes are there? Required? 3 of them. 30 hours each for a total of 90 hours total. Yep. And within 18 months of what? 18 months of activation? No. 18 months of initial licensure. When you first get the license, even if you don't even activate the whole time, you could be inactive that entire 18 months and still have to do these 3 30-hour classes. CE is 2 4-hour classes for a total of 8. One of them is a mandatory update. The other one is an elective of your choice. And it's due by when? When is that CE due every year? June something. June 10. Good job. And then I'll make a little note here. You can skip the first June 10th that rolls around from when you get your license activated. Then there's another thing. There's the money. So they've got this, we've got that, and then we've got the $45. And that's due when? The renewal fee of $45 is due June 30th. Good job. But no CE ever counts toward post, and no post classes ever count toward CE. Can never accomplish either with the other. Got to do them all both separately. They're both separate animals altogether. CE is just a 4-hour class for an elective or for an update. Post is a 30-hour class. 3 of them. So they don't accomplish either of those goals. In the course of selling a home to a buyer, oh, good question. Tests. CE does not have a test. You just have to be there. Put your time in, butts in seats time. And they do watch. They do make you prove it. Meaning, if it's a Zoom CE, there's moderators who are watching. And if you get up and leave, that's time against you. And I think the standard missable time is 20%, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 10. But it's not much when it's a 4-hour class. So I think it ends up being about 20 minutes max. And that 20 minutes, if you do miss, it can't be the last 20 minutes. They specifically say that. And then there are tests after the post-licensing classes, but those tests aren't like this test. This test is a lot of pressure because you're trying to get the license. It's a bigger test, bigger, longer class. The post class, you have your license. The commission likes that you're now going to pay them $45 a year. They're not trying to put you back out of the business. So we, as instructors, are quite thorough when it comes to getting you ready for that thing. And it's also a class that's much more interactive, and they encourage discussion. They encourage us to foster discussion. So long story short, it's not a big deal. Out of the 302 has the most math. So I'd say if any of the tests in post-licensing are challenging, it might be that one because you have to do those big math problems. Oh, course of selling a home to a buyer, the broker told the buyer the foundation was solid as a rock. They told them this thing. They said it. They didn't just keep quiet. And that broker knew for a fact that it was sinking into a landfill. So he knew it, but he said a lie. What is the classic case when you're telling a lie? They didn't omit it, so it's misrepresentation because they said a thing and they did it on purpose to defraud, to deceive. So willful misrepresentation. The pocket renewal card. When you get your license, you will get a pocket card. And you can also go to the Real Estate Commission website and see a copy of it and do a screenshot. And if you lose your pocket card for $5, you can get a new one. And you can just do a screen cap and carry. You just need to have an image of it. It no longer has to actually be the physical card. It's like a little driver license size card. It says your name, what kind of broker, PB versus B, and what your license number is, and when the card expires from one year to the next, June 30th of which year. You can shoot a picture of it, and anytime you're doing brokerage activity, you have to have an image of that card with you. So there it is. B, carried by the licensee when doing real estate. Does it need to be swiped through electronic lock boxes? Nope, that's not how we do the boxes. For the boxes, those big blue rubber ones, rubber coated ones, we get an app on our phone. And that's the only option now. Used to be like a little pager sized device that I did that forever and ever until they made me give it up. Because the first time I did the app on my phone 20 years ago, I dropped the phone, the screen broke, and I couldn't open houses for a week. And I'm like, forget this. I'm never going to risk this again. Give me that old fashioned pager again. It wasn't really a pager, but it was like it. But we don't even have that option. It's a phone app. You plug in a code, it basically talks to it sort of like it's Bluetooth. It's Bluetooth communication and requires a code that you get. Does the card need to be prominently displayed in the office of the employing broker? No. Does it need to be retained at the licensee's residence? No. It needs to be carried by you when you're doing real estate. Prior to suspending or revoking the license of a provisional broker, the commission will do what? Give you a chance to plead your case, right? They're not providing an attorney. They're not the state of North Carolina. They will hold a hearing where you can present your cause, your case, with hopefully legal counsel if you choose, but you don't have to, but you should. Will they allow the provisional broker to remove provisional status prior to suspending or revoking? No, that's nonsense. Require the licensee to correct any CE or post-licensing deficiencies? No, that's not what that's about either. A broker cannot by the way, you might hear the old timers talking about this concept of the Real Estate Commission telling you there's been a complaint or investigating you as you got a big brown envelope because they used to mail it to you in that. But now it's an email. So it's an email notification of a letter of inquiry. And how many days does that broker have to respond to a letter of inquiry from the Real Estate Commission? 14 days that you have, and you better respond to tell them your side of the story. Give them whatever documentation they ask of you. They might say, give me the entire file from ABC Realty when Jones buys ABC Realty and you acted as the buyer agent. And so in that case, you're going to get everything you're supposed to have, which would include what needs to be in a file. And by the way, how long do you keep your transaction paperwork? All the paperwork associated with the transaction must be kept for 3 years. There you go. And that includes what? Agency agreements, working with agents disclosures, thank you, offers, contracts, offers, because you had to write 15 of them before you finally won, right? It gets sizable. Thank goodness it can be electronic version, not just printed on paper. It could be both. Redundancy is probably important. Don't just have one on a little zip drive and you lose the zip drive, right? And here's the rest of it. It also needs to include your communication. Oh, how did you communicate? Email, text messages. Would you just think of who you text the most and imagine having to accumulate, print out, save that thread of all those texts that you sent and received? That's included too. You got to keep your communication, your email chain, your text chain, all that stuff. Broker cannot legally collect commissions from both buyer and seller without what? What does it take to get paid? Well, they need to know about it and be okay with it. So prior knowledge and written consent of them both. All of that is built into those agency agreements. That's why we need to use those agency agreements. Notifying both of this fact verbally after the sale is closed? No, that's too late. Notifying in writing after it's closed? No, it needs to be before you get paid, right? Having exclusive listing agreements signed by both seller and the buyer? No. Who's the listing agreement between? You, the broker, and which party? Listing agreements between you and the seller, not the buyer. Buyer's not going to be a part of that listing agreement. Sometimes you can weed out an answer because it's just ridiculous, right? Broker receives an earnest money deposit from a buyer. In accordance with commission rules, the broker deposits it into a trust account. If the broker mistakenly put it into the operating account instead of the trust account, what are they guilty of? They've mixed it with their own money. That's that big C word called commingling. That's the big no-no. Provisional broker can accept compensation from who? Only their own BIC. The money has to flow through your BIC to you. And that's including non-provisional brokers as of last year. Used to be a non-provisional could get paid by other people without it going through their BIC, but now everybody's got to be paid through their own BIC. In this case, all they're asking about is a provisional, and so that's true, but they could have just said a North Carolina broker may accept compensation. How? From their employing broker. Excise tax. Oh boy, got some math. Who wants to do some math? You got the math though, don't you? You don't need to worry about math. I'm just kidding. We'll do some math. What does excise tax depend on? They like to kind of test you on that. Are we worried about purchase price, loan amount, tax value? I could see tax value maybe being the distracting answer, but excise tax is a sales tax, and that's going to be based on the highest possible amount, which is usually the price more so than the tax value. So the down payment doesn't matter. The existing mortgage doesn't matter. All that's just distraction. Excise tax is, what's the formula? What are we doing for excise tax? $1 per, there it is, $500 of sale price. So we're just going to take that sale price, in this case $175,000, divide it by 500, and that's going to give us $350. That's the excise tax. I doubt they'll call it revenue stamps, but old timers like me will. Here's the other thing. What if the purchase price was $175,300? If that's the case, $175,300 divided by 500. Oh no, now we've got some change. $350 and 60 cents. How much is our excise tax going to be? Yeah, we got to round up. When it's change like that, got to go up to the next dollar. So in this case, 350 came out exactly, so didn't have to worry about it. But don't forget that rounding part, because I wouldn't be surprised if they said one answer choice was, in that last example, was 350 and 60 cents, or 351, to make sure they test you on knowing the rounding rule. Which of the following is true about subdivisions? Well, what do we know about subdivisions? How many divisions of a piece of property makes it a subdivision? We divide it into how many pieces for it to be considered a subdivision under the subdivision rules? 2, just 2. Chop it into 2, and now it's a subdivision, and you got to follow the rules of a subdivision. What are the other things about a subdivision? Well, can a builder go ahead and sell you a property and get you under contract before they have a final plat map recorded? If you go into a model home, you can go ahead and write a contract and get under contract, have an executory contract with just a preliminary plat map. That is allowable. but you can't close on it until it becomes a final recorded plat map. So be careful about that. The subdivision laws are they can sell them with a preliminary one, but they can't close it with a preliminary one. The developer can't close on it until it's a final subdivision plat map. What if they might actually have it. No contract to purchase any lot is allowed until the final plat is recorded. That's not the right answer, because that's not the rule. No contract to purchase is allowed until a preliminary plat map is available or recorded. The preliminary is all you need to go under contract. But then in order to finally close on it, that preliminary one needs to become a final recorded plat map. And B doesn't work because it's not about 5, the number 5, it's 2. And C doesn't work because talking about streets must be privately maintained until the last lot is sold. That's not true. What about streets in a subdivision? The thing about streets is who's maintaining them. And it would be okay if the developer was so ahead of their schedule and their game that they went ahead and built the streets to the DOT standards, dedicated them to the maintenance carried out by the city or the state, and then the state said, yes, we'll do it. And the developer still has 105 houses yet to build. That would be fine. It's not required that they have to wait till the last one is sold. It's typical that it doesn't get turned over to public maintenance until it's pretty much done, but it's not a requirement. What about the fact that the streets are not publicly maintained? Is that a material fact that a broker has to disclose? Streets are privately maintained. That means when those potholes start showing up in 10 years, the people who live on the streets are going to have to put their money together and repair them if they want them repaired, because they can't call the city and expect them to get fixed. That's what we're talking about. So, is that material fact? Private versus public, yeah, you bet. It's a big deal. We brokers are responsible for verifying, is the street that property is located on publicly maintained or private? Oh, look, there it is. Whether subdivision streets are public or privately maintained is a material fact. Always must be disclosed by a broker. Is it a required disclosure of the developer on resale? Or developer's not involved in resale. They're selling new stuff. Resale, that's just a nonsense answer. Information a broker must disclose only in new construction. No, it's typical. It's common in new construction because it's a new street that was created. And we are asking, is it public yet or still private? But it's for any street. So any listing you get, you need to make sure you know and find out, does the street this property is on, listed on, or located on, is it publicly or privately maintained? Is it not critical? Yeah, it's critical. Which of the following would not be considered a stigmatized property? Here's those negatively worded questions again. So I would just pause before I read the answers and think to myself, it's only 3 of them. What are stigmatized properties? Okay. Haunted houses. You don't have to disclose it. If they ask you, is it haunted? You could say a couple of things. You could say, I refuse to answer that question. Or you could say, I don't know. Or if you do know that it's haunted, you'd have to answer the truth. Or haunted or murder or suicide in the property. That's another stigmatized type of property. Same answers. You could choose not to answer. But if you do choose to answer, it better be the truth. And then finally, sex offender nearby. Convicted sex offender located nearby is not required. It's not a material fact, not required. It is stigmatized information. Which of the following is true about the due diligence period in North Carolina standard offer to purchase? Is it true that if the buyer exercises the option to terminate, they get a refund of their earnest money and due diligence? Nope, they're almost never getting that due diligence. During this period, the terms can be renegotiated. Now, if you didn't see the check mark, would you really understand that that is a true statement? What sort of renegotiation could happen during a due diligence period? Yeah, that's the classic one. Just because you made an offer for this price and this closing date doesn't mean that that's what it ends up being. Because what you still don't know and haven't had time to do yet, and that's why the due diligence period exists, is get the inspections done or any other thing you want to investigate. The title search too, for that matter, but that's what the attorney's going to do. Shopping for insurance, the survey, all that stuff is still yet to be figured out and determined. So yeah, it could be renegotiated because you could say to the seller, look, I'm going to exercise my right to back out of this contract during this due diligence period. I don't get my due diligence money back, but I will get my earnest money back, hopefully, as long as they sign off on the release. But unless you give me $5,000 toward window repairs, then I'll keep going. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No problem. Yeah. Sure. So I don't know about the reason there. It could be for some of them, but at the end of the day, it's really just basic supply and demand. It's just a function of the fact that it's a seller's market. And that seller, just think about it from their perspective, which you will be someday. Who knows if it'll be a strong seller's market like that whenever you're ready to sell, but you're getting 10 offers on your property. And every one of those offers are saying, look, I'll give you 10,000 due diligence. I'll give you 20. I'll give you 50. As long as you're convinced that the loan's going to go through, or if it's a cash offer, you might like that even better. You have the luxury of choice. And so that's all it really amounts to, because the buyers are offering. It's not, I wouldn't even say that the seller is requiring it. They're just responding to the offers that are being thrown at them by these desperate buyers that are using due diligence as tiebreakers, really. I think that's how it kind of, and so they don't have to repair things either, because they'll just pick another one and they'll basically say to you, I dare you. Oh, you want me to fix $3,000 worth of stuff? Go ahead and walk, because I'll keep that due diligence money you gave me. I would love to, and I'll get a new due diligence check from another buyer who probably won't ask me. And frankly, that seller, except for the hassle of the time it takes and the inconvenience, wouldn't mind if 3 or 4 buyers got processed through and kept giving him due diligence money and kept asking for repairs that he kept turning down. Yeah, some have. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Absolutely. Nope. Because you, the buyer, have that caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. You have the right to not make the offer, or to make your offer with 500 due diligence instead of 5,000 or 50,000. You won't get it. Right? You won't get it. But it's just the nature of the market, which is changing. It's getting a little less like that, and it will continue to be less like that until it balances out in another, who knows, maybe a couple, 3 years, perhaps. We'll get probably more into a balanced market before we'll get into a strong buyer's market. Hopefully you don't get ready to sell when it becomes a strong buyer's market, because then you'll be on the wrong end of that deal too. Then the buyers are calling their shots, because you're just begging buyers to come. Hey, I'll give you a warranty. I'll pay your closing costs. I'll pay your discount points. So I've heard that question a few times, and it is usually from people who were in your position, who kind of got the short end of that stick as a buyer in a seller's market. It's rough, definitely. Let me give you a break. I'll see you back in 10. right, let's come on back together. A couple more things about that last question we worked on. What's true about due diligence period? If the buyer exercises the option to terminate, they'll receive a refund. That's not true. Only of their earnest money, not of their due diligence. They must explain why they want to terminate. That's not true either. We can back out. The buyer can back out for what? Any reason or no reason. So no explanation necessary. Seller must repair any material defects that are discovered. Nope, seller doesn't have to fix anything, as Marcus knows all too well. What does the buyer need to do if they do want to back out? If they want to back out during the due diligence period, what's required to make that happen? How do they back out? Do they just send a quick text to the other agent, listing agent, say, no, they're out? Takes more than that, doesn't it? Got to be in writing, and by what time? Deadline. Needs to be in writing that they're backing out. If they're going to get that earnest money back, needs to be in writing, received by the listing agent, by the due diligence date, and what time, because it is a time is of the essence deadline. 5 p.m. on that due diligence date. You got it. During the due diligence period in North Carolina, the standard offer to purchase, the buyer did not get final loan approval. They felt good about it, though. They chose not to terminate because they got good communication from the lender, but a couple weeks went by, a week before closing, they ended up getting denied for their loan. If the buyer terminates the contract at this point, what happens? They're outside of the due diligence period. They're backing out. Doesn't matter why. It happens to be because they couldn't get their loan. But it could be just because they don't like the color red anymore and the door's red. Same effect. The buyer will forfeit that earnest money because it would be a buyer breach. It's essentially called a buyer breach. And what they're losing is the earnest money. They're definitely losing the due diligence money too, because that was gone on day one. But both the earnest money and the due diligence money are called what kind of money? If somebody's breaching, then damages are in order, right? And so what kind of damages are the earnest money and due diligence money considered to be? There it is. That's the word. Liquidated damages in the form of earnest money and due diligence money. That's what the buyer's gonna lose. If it's the seller who decides to breach and not sell the house anymore because they've got nostalgic, then what's available to the buyer as a remedy? What can the buyer do to the seller if the seller breaches? There it is. Yeah. Sue the seller for specific performance. They like to mix those up on the test. So make sure you keep it straight. What's available to which of the parties? What's available to the seller if the buyer breaches? Liquidated damages in the form of due diligence and earnest money. So here's a discussion you need to have as a listing agent when you're talking to your seller and they are considering an offer or maybe multiple offers. Hey, seller, I know it's really attractive to you that the buyer is offering $10,000 non-refundable due diligence money, but if you notice, they are also offering only $100 of earnest money. Think the seller might be okay with that? A lot of sellers are. They would rather have the money upfront non-refundable today than this weird mystery money called earnest money. But you want to make sure as their broker that you show them and explain to them the very real possibility. What happens, seller, if, for instance, we go all the way to the day before closing and then the buyer decides to back out? What are you going to get? the 10,000 due diligence that you got way back when the offer first got accepted, and then just a measly $100 more. Are you really going to be happy with another $100 if they back out on you then? Because think about the real world implications there. That seller has also had to figure out where they're going. They've had to make plans, at least to rent somewhere next or to buy somewhere next, which requires money, and they're counting on the money from this sale, and now this sale's falling through. And maybe they hired movers, and maybe their stuff is on the truck already by the time they find out that buyer's not choosing to buy anymore. And so now they're going to have to pay the movers just to put the stuff back somewhere else. Or maybe even they're going to have to park it in a mini storage and then come get it again. Now their moving expenses are going to be double. Are they in that situation going to be happy with $100 of additional liquidated damages called earnest money? Probably not. So maybe it's not good to front load or stack all the money to be just due diligence money. Maybe you want to make sure they understand the gravity of the importance of making sure there is some real earnest money in the mix. Let's see, if somebody's loan falls through, the buyer doesn't get the earnest money back either. Well, it depends on the time frame. If the loan falls through after the due diligence period deadline, and that's when they decide to back out because they couldn't get their financing, then the buyer is not entitled to the earnest money. And that could even get worse, because if it's a buyer who only has very limited money to work with, it's like, let's say $3,000 of earnest money, and they're not getting it back. Maybe it wasn't the loan. Maybe they decided not to buy the property because they asked the seller to fix something and the seller wouldn't fix it. And it's just something that makes that buyer too nervous to not have fixed. And so they choose to back out. And now they're losing whatever the due diligence money was and the additional earnest money. It was all they could do to scrape up that money the first time. And now they're not going to get it back in their hands. So they may not be a buyer anymore. They might not be buying until they can scrape up some more money, maybe next year. So that's a very real issue that popped up quite a bit, especially with FHA, VA type of loans where they're geared toward people with less money to work with. As far as receiving a refund of earnest money because the termination was related to finance, it doesn't matter why the termination happened. It could be for any reason or no reason. Can the buyer be sued by the seller for specific performance? No. Only the seller can be sued by the buyer for specific performance. Their remedies are not the same on either side. They're different. Would they get a refund? No, they wouldn't. A residential tenant is unhappy with the habitability of an apartment because the toilet doesn't flush. Under the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreements Act, the tenant can do what? Well, just because the toilet doesn't flush the first time, you can't just immediately go, nuclear there. You got to say, hey, landlord, could you fix the toilet? They have to give the landlord a chance to fix the toilet, right? So best answer so far at this stage is to have the landlord make the repair. Can they hire a plumber immediately and charge it to the landlord? No, they have to go through the process, to go through the motions, run it through. The landlord is the one who would do the hiring. Can they pay a plumber and deduct it from the next month's rent? Hey, I had to pay a plumber $500 because it was an emergency. So now I'm only going to give you $600 instead of $1,100 for the rent. No, not allowed. Can they withhold rent until the landlord fixes it? No, that's not how this works either. They got to wait for the landlord to make the repair. At what point could they get tired of waiting? Well, they might get tired of waiting for 10 minutes, but the law says you're going to need to give them a chance. If it becomes like an extended period, if it becomes certainly an unsafe situation, toilets probably not all that unsafe, but if we're talking about dead of winter, 30 degrees and the heat breaks, then yes, now we're talking about life-threatening situations potentially. So all of that, it factors in. But first step is, hey, landlord, there's a repair that needs to be done. If it becomes a recurring or an ongoing or it takes forever to get fixed, eventually the tenant can say, look, I can't live here. It's not habitable. It's unsafe. Therefore, I'm going to move out and stop paying rent. I'm going to go stay with my parents and stop paying your rent. They can't keep living there, throw some kerosene heaters in the living room and not pay the rent anymore, though. That's not allowed. That's not legal either. So in this case, wait for that repair to be done, but they don't have to wait forever. There's other remedies if it takes too long. The authority to enforce a summary ejectment of a delinquent tenant is held by who? In other words, who goes and kicks them out physically? Who actually makes the extraction happen, right? You go to court to tell the judge what happened. Here's the case. They wouldn't leave. I want you to sign the eviction order. But then the judge isn't going to take off the robe and go over there and make them leave, right? The judge is going to say, okay, let's get the deputy sheriff department to ride out there, put the lock on the door, make sure they go out, make sure they leave. But all of that is with certain notifications required. They can't just do that immediately. And a knowledgeable tenant who knows the laws and rules could really drag out that eviction process way past 30 days, maybe 60, maybe 90 days. If they show up to the court dates, if they plead their case, they could do all of that several times. But that's just the process again. Just like asking the landlord to fix something, the process is that you got to go through that summary ejectment eviction process. Let's see, what if the landlord won't fix that item? I think we handled that. But basically, after a while of them not fixing it, then the tenant could, long as it's because of safety, move out and stop paying the rent. Oh, yeah, I think I told you. The sheriff's department is the one who makes them leave. Property management in North Carolina. The person's paid to manage property. Even if they're only managing it for family members, that's another person. They're doing real estate for another person for money, and therefore they would need a broker's license. They like to throw the family relationships in there to see if you'll bite. Don't bite. A family member is another person other than you. Therefore, you need a license to do real estate activity for even them. It's not true that a property manager cannot employ unlicensed people. They do that all the time. Most workers for property management companies are not licensed. But those unlicensed people doing property management can do a lot of real estate activity without that license. Remember the things an unlicensed person can do. Let's talk about that. If someone is an unlicensed person earning W-2 income from a property management company or broker, what can they do? Can they show rental property without a real estate license? Yes, because the odds are they're not going to have to talk about valuation or like, oh, you're charging $1,600. Would they take $1,300? That's probably not going to come up. And even if it did, they're going to just say, I'm sorry, I can't talk about that. You have to talk to my broker boss. So they can show rental property. But an unlicensed person working for an agent who just does sales, they cannot show houses for sale. So unlicensed people can only show rentals. They cannot show for sale properties. An unlicensed person for a property manager can execute pre-printed leases on behalf of their broker boss. But when it comes to the sales side, an unlicensed assistant cannot execute anything. They can fill out pre-printed forms for their broker boss to then present to the client, but they can't present to the client themselves. So make a list and know the differences between what a unlicensed person in property management can do compared to an unlicensed person when it's not property management. Those are the biggest differences. Showing property and executing versus preparing documents. Can an unlicensed person hold an open house for a house that's for sale? House that's for sale, it's not a rental, it's a for sale, and therefore that's the same thing as showing a property. And so that's not allowed, right? Can an unlicensed person hold an open house on a property for rent? Yeah, because it's a rental, because they're an unlicensed W-2 salaried employee. They're allowed to show rental property, and an open house is basically showing. Can an unlicensed person deliver the lockbox and the sign to a new listing and put it in the yard and put the box on the door on a house for sale? Yeah, they can do that. Unlicensed people can be couriers. They can let people in, like vendors, repair people. They just can't show property. The list is in the comments section of what unlicensed people are allowed to do. So make sure to review that. And it's pretty, I think it's about 10 or 12 things there. The Real Estate Commission says a broker's responsibility for settlement statements includes everything except which thing? Another except word. Broker is expected to confirm accuracy of all entries on the closing disclosure. Why is that not the right answer? Or in this case, it is the right answer because it's the thing that we don't do. We brokers are not required to confirm accuracy of every single line item on that closing disclosure because we are not held responsible over the loan-related items. So that's the exception. But a broker does need to review it for accuracy and completion. A broker does need to verify what came over from the contract got over correctly. And a broker does need to make sure the calculations are done right. That would include the property tax, by the way, the proration of property taxes. So with that little mention, let's veer over to that little bit of math because it's almost definitely going to be some version of it that you'll see in the very near future. So we got a property tax question. Let me pull from air here. Let's say the taxes annually are $5,350. Not even going to make you calculate the taxes. There they are for the year. The closing is on April 3rd. How will the taxes be handled on the closing disclosure? Do we have enough info? We know what they are per year, and we know when the closing is. And since that closing is before September 1st, we don't have to know any other information like did the seller pay the bill yet or not, because we know the seller hasn't paid it yet because they can't, because it's not September 1st yet. That's when the bill can be paid, and we're not there. We're on April 3rd. Step one. Let's turn that annual tax amount into daily. Don't forget, you've got 360 days in your pre-licensing year. So that's a $14.86 per day tax rate. Step two, calculate the seller's days. The days the seller's responsible for. And when did the seller live there? All the way up from January 1st to April 3rd. So April's the fourth month. That's 4-3. And then that means there's 3 months at 30 days each. So what's that? 90 days plus another 3. So 93 days the seller's responsible for. And so step 3, multiply the number of days, 93, times the dollars per day. And that gives us $1,381.98. And the final question is, how does it get attributed? How does it get put onto the statement? Who's credited? Who's debited? So I guess you could say step 4, debits and credits. Is this an expense to the seller or a credit to the seller? Is it a debit or a credit to the seller? That seller, here's our year, here's our January 1, here's our April 3rd. They haven't paid it yet, so they are responsible for it, and so they need to pay their bill. So it's going to be $13.81 that is a debit to the seller, and we're going to give that money over as a credit to the buyer. So this is a true proration, taking money away from the seller's side of the transaction, giving it onto the buyer's side of the transaction. Anytime it's closing before September 1st, it's going to be a debit seller and a credit buyer, the seller's portion. Right? And again, here's our April closing. That's the seller's portion. The buyer's portion doesn't matter for the closing day. When we're closing before September 1st, we don't care what the buyer owes for the rest of the year because we don't have to deal with that on today. All that matters today is closing today, making things fair between the parties today. All we need to make sure is that this $1,381 comes away, gets away, taken from the seller and given to the buyer's side. What's really going to happen in real life, that $1,381 is going to be given to the buyer, and that buyer or their lender, as of September 1st, but more likely probably November or December, at some point after September 1st, they're going to pay the whole total, including the part they got from the seller, and add to it whatever else is owed in the year for them, for the buyer's portion. We only care about the buyer's portion when it's a closing after September 1st. That's when we need to know what the buyer's responsible for. And so let's do that version. We're going to keep our $14.86 per day, but let's make up a new number of new closing date. $14.86 is our taxes per day. But this time we're closing on, let's say, September 30th. And since it's closing after September 1st, you need more information. You need to know, has the seller paid the bill yet? Because they have the option to have paid it now at this point. Let's say that the seller has paid the bill already because they're that kind of responsible person. I would suggest that you always calculate the seller's responsibility first. That way you'll never lose track of the day of closing and accidentally have the buyer paying for it. So first step would be what we already did, and that is calculate the dollars per day. In this case, $14.86 per day. Step 2, seller's portion. Number of days. How many days to the seller? Okay, I know it's annoying because it's so far late into the year, but we've got September 30th, and then that was 8 entire months before that. And so 8 times 3, that's 240 days plus another 30 days. So that's 270 days that the seller is responsible for. So, how many dollars, therefore, is the seller responsible for? $14.86 per day times 270 days means the seller's portion for the year is $4,012.20. So now we know the seller's portion of responsibility. Let me see. What were the total taxes again? $5,350. Okay. The total tax bill was $5,350. We're borrowing that from the previous example. If we know the total tax bill of $5,350, then let's get the buyer's portion. So the buyer's side of responsibility is $5,350 minus $4,012.20. Which means the buyer's responsible for $1,337.80. Okay, now we know what part the seller's responsible for and what part the buyer's responsible for, but we need to take a look and think about how are we going to handle it on the statement. What's happening? Here's the timeline. Here's our September 30th. Seller has paid the whole year. They're out of pocket. They've paid the entire $5,350 bill. So therefore, we need to give them back some money. Just like you go out to dinner with your friend and you forget your wallet, your friend pays the whole bill. When you get back to your house, you're going to pay them back your part, right? And so we need to give that seller back that smaller portion because the smaller part is the buyer's part, and we already calculated how much it is. So we're going to credit the seller and debit the buyer's portion of $1,337.80. Giving that chunk to the seller to make it fair to them. Now they're not out for the entire tax bill. By the way, the attorney doesn't need to do anything with the tax office because they already got paid. The attorney's not sending any money into the city or the county because they got paid when the seller paid the whole bill in full. Sometime in the last 29 days or so, because it's only been, 30 days since the seller could even pay the bill back on September 1st. So all that needs to happen is to get this $1,337 away from the buyer and over to the seller. And then finally, let's talk about what if the seller has not paid the taxes yet. We've got our $1,486. Let me get rid of that. Here's our daily again, $1,486. Well, I'm not going to even put you through all that. Let's see this. It's these two chunks. Oops. We got a $412 and a $1,337.80. Let me just erase a bunch of stuff. There we go. So when the tax bill has not been paid, we do all the same steps. We figure out what the seller's portion and tax responsibility is. We figure out what the buyer's portion is, but we do something different with those amounts of money. And here's what that looks like. Here's our timeline. Still closing September 30th. This time the seller has not paid it at all. And the seller's portion of tax responsibility is $4,012.20. And the buyer's portion is $1,337.80. And so the attorney is going to say, hey, seller, I'm going to need to take away from your side, debit you $4,012. And hey, buyer, I'm going to need to take away from your side and debit you $1,337. The attorney is going to add those dollars up together and send it off to get paid, to pay that tax bill. We okay there? That property tax review? Okay. Basic components of a foundation. Oh, this stuff's just level 1, just knowing definitions. The ridge board is the highest part of construction. It has nothing to do with the foundation, but the footings do. You had to dig a hole and pour concrete in the hole, make the footings. The piers support the midway point of the joist. The concrete slab, if it's a slab foundation. B, C, and D are all foundation related. Ridge board is way up high on the roof. Flooring system includes all of the following except which one? It includes joists. It includes the sill, the band sill. It includes the girders the joists rest on. The sole plate is something that's above the flooring system, so that's not part of the flooring system. An eave includes these weird words: fascia boards, soffit, and frieze board. There's that ridge board again. That's up at the top of the roof. What are some tax-deductible expenses? Look at what I did. I'm quizzing through this test, and I'm just reading, and I read, which of the following is a tax-deductible expense from home ownership? And for some reason, in my brain, I'm thinking all of the following except. It just went in my brain that way. Maybe because I saw the EX word and I was just going too fast. Here's the thing about me. When I take these tests, I don't know why I consider it a sprint. So don't do that. So don't think because I got it wrong, you're going to get it wrong. I go way too fast with these things. Don't do that. Take your time. Think about it. Keep it straight. Make sure you know what is being asked. So that was such an easy question. I'm mad at myself for missing it. Which of the following is the only tax-deductible expense out of these four? Mortgage interest. The interest on your mortgage is the tax-deductible expense. That was an easy one. Total amount of interest on a $68,000 mortgage with an interest rate of 11.6 over 9 months. We haven't seen that happen before, but we know how to get the interest per month. First of all, we know how to get the interest per year, and then we know how to get the interest per month. And so that makes it pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Let's see if I can. Oops, I don't want to see that guy. Do this other thing. Nope, not that guy either. Yikes. There's what we want. Here we go. See if this will work. So it's just a matter of taking that interest, that loan amount, $68,000, multiplying it by the interest rate, 11.6. Good grief. Heaven forbid. Please never. Don't let that happen, Lord. 11.6%. And that means annual interest of $78.88. So now we know our annual interest. Can we turn that into monthly? Sure. Divide it by 12. Our monthly interest is $657. Gosh, can't write. 33. And it's asking for 9 months worth. Multiply by 9. And I get $59.16 for 9 months of interest. So that's all they did. They just got it down to monthly interest, and they said, "Oh, you want 9 months worth? Then multiply the monthly by 9." And there it is. Lender agrees to lend 80% of the appraised value of a townhouse at 6.5% interest rate for 30 years. It appraises for $125. The borrower is charged 2 discount points. What is the cost of those points? Okay. How much is the loan amount going to be? 80% of the appraised value. So appraised value is $125. 80% of that is $100,000 even. So there's our loan amount. And if we have a loan amount, we multiply it by the number of discount points as a percentage, and that gives us that it's $2,000 cost for the discount points. That's all. Seller paid $23.45 in taxes for the current year. If she sold the property on December 1st of that same year, how much would she be credited at closing? She's paid the whole taxes, so basically she needs to get the buyer's portion of taxes. Let's do it in our proper order. We know the annual taxes are $23.45. Let's divide that by 360 to get the per day. And that gives us $6.51 per day. Now, what's the seller's portion? How many days is the seller responsible for? Does the seller have to pay for? All the way up to December 1st. That means for 11 months, had to pay every day's worth. 11 months at 30. 330 days plus the 1 day in December is 331 days times the 651. So that's an amount the seller is responsible for of $2154.81. And then the total tax bill is $23.45. Which leaves, I get approximately $190.19. The answer choice wasn't quite that. They gave us clearly 4-digit numbers until they only give us 1 3-digit, and it's close enough. They won't give you answer choices that'll mess you up based on rounding. We probably could have even guessed in this case because we knew the buyer's portion is only about, 29 days worth. So probably could have whizzed on through and picked B because everything else is clearly not how much the seller is going to be getting back, the buyer's portion. So let's see. Sold the property on December 1st. How many days is responsible to the buyer? 30 minus 1 is 29. So it's close. It's close. You probably could for the purpose of this test, but for the purposes of real life, they're going to want to make sure it's to the day. I think it's off by like a day. But yeah, if it were even enough, yeah, you could do that. The big problem is the next one, but let's come back to that and we'll talk about math in a little bit. Let's finish up and we'll talk about math, whatever your math questions are. So the oh, really? North Carolina Condominium Act of 1986 requires disclosures from the developer saying, hey, here's our condo that we're making. There's our condo complex. Here's what we're going to do. Here's the common areas and how much we're going to charge per month for HOA. And it also must include what amount of rescission, what amount of back out time. And for condos, it's not 5. That's how I remember it. Timeshares, it's 5, 5, 5, 10, 5, bunch of 5s. Condos, it's the other one. It's 7. So condos only for new, not new and resale, not resale only, allows for a 7-day rescission period when it's a new condominium. That's part of that Condominium Act. Oh, let's see here. I've got boy, that's a big one. We got a sale price, a closing date, taxes, unpaid HOA dues. I think you know a lot of these things. Let me hit the highlights of this thing for the ones that may have been a little less clear. But we just covered taxes. I won't take up time doing that. Unpaid HOA annual dues of $250. My question is it $250 for the year? The way it's worded, it looks like it is. Okay, let's talk about that. Let's do this a couple different ways. Let's say that because there are some neighborhoods that have pretty low HOA. It's like it is yearly. If it's unpaid for the year, this $250 HOA, get my board back here. $250 for the year means what for the day? Like cents. That is 69 cents per day, which is ridiculous. When are we closing? March 28th. So what is the seller responsible for? January 1st through March 28th. That means 3 months at 30 days. 2 months at 30 days, which is 60, plus the 28 days in March. So that's 88 days. And so that's just that math. 69 cents times 88 days is how much the seller for the whole year's HOA is responsible for, $60.72. And it says unpaid. So we need to debit the seller, credit the buyer for $60.72. But if it's monthly, which is, I'm more inclined to think it's that. If the dues are $250 a month and they're unpaid, then here's what that month of closing, that's what matters. We're doing the math for the month of closing. March 28th. And they'll give you better instructions about what to do with it. But now we need to take that $250 we're saying it's per month and figure out what is that per day if it costs per month. What are we dividing it by? Now we're going to divide it by 30. So $250 HOA per month means $8.33 per day. And in this case, that means 28 days of that is responsibility of the seller. Which is $224. Make sure I did that right. Oops, I didn't. I think I went too fast and I didn't. Times 28. Okay. 233.24. And so it depends if the seller hasn't paid them at all, then the seller would be debited this $233.24. The buyer would be debited the balance, the difference between that and the $250 total. And so as of the day of closing, they'd be paid up through the month. Typically, they'll tell you which it is, but quite often you need to handle it per month. You need to break it down per month. So the rest of the months don't matter because the buyer's just going to pick up paying them on their own schedule. All that matters is what's happening as of this day of closing, right? Right, they do. And when we're on the taxes, even when we're closing before September 1st with the taxes, even that, all we care about is day of closing, because we just need to take money away from the seller and give that money to the buyer. It doesn't matter what the buyer's amount is remaining that they owe for the year, because that's going to be paid when the bill is available to be paid. That's what it all amounts to. What do the instructions say that they're being charged? Like when? How is the bill handled? Are the dues paid monthly? Then we would do this. We would work within that month, in this case, the month of March. The other one you mentioned was, let's see, Private mortgage insurance premium. Was it that or was it the renewal? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. So was it this one? How much the total mortgage insurance premium is, or was it this part down here? Collecting for escrow. Oh, the insurance. Both. So when it comes to insurance, homeowners insurance and private mortgage insurance, there's going to be two line items on the closing disclosure. One, where they're charging the premium at closing for the whole first year, and then another one where they're collecting and creating the escrow account. So you've got to do two things with the insurance. For the one you asked about, the homeowner's insurance, the buyer's initial first year's premium has to be debited from the buyer's column. So in this case, that $575 will be a buyer debit. Oh boy. Camera went away. There we go. So there's that. Then you also have to do this second part, which says create the escrow account. They want to collect 2 months of homeowner insurance premiums. So it's going to be debiting a buyer debit for the $575 for the whole first year. But then when year 2 kicks in, they need to have something in place so the money is available to be paid. So now we need to set up the escrow account. And so they say they want 2 months for homeowners insurance. I'll call it hazard insurance. So we're going to take that $575 for the whole year and figure out what that means per month. $575 divided by 12 is $47.92 per month. And they want the attorney, they being the lender, wants the attorney to collect 2 months worth. So they're going to debit the buyer $95.84. So one column, one entry on the closing disclosure will be setting up the escrow for insurance for $93.84 debit to buyer. And another one will be debiting the buyer the whole first year's premium. Both of those will be buyer debits related to the homeowner's insurance. Right. That comes back to what is the buyer versus the seller responsible for. So when we come back from break, we'll do a revisit of what the various things are that each parties need to pay for. So I'll see you back in 10. All right. Let's talk about the customary expenses paid by which side. Tell me, sale price, debits. What are the debits? Whose debit is the sale price? Of course, that's the buyer's side. What about commission? That's the seller. What about deed preparation? Preparing the deed, washing the car in order to sell it. That's another seller item. There's not a lot of seller items, but those are two of them. Commission, deed preparation. What about recording fees? These are probably going to be $20, $30, maybe $50. What needs to get recorded? Well, the deed and the deed of trust. And the person who cares about those is the buyer. What about an overnight fee? Well, the question is, what are we overnighting? The attorney is overnighting the final loan payoff. Final payoff. Whose loan is getting paid off as a result of this closing? Therefore, it's the seller. Seller's loan's getting paid off, so the seller pays to get it to their lender, right? If there's any discount points, who's paying? Who cares about them? Let's say it that way, because they're negotiable. But if the buyer wants discount points and nobody's willing to pay them for the buyer's going to have to be the one who pays them. What about an origination fee? That's another buyer item. What about attorney fees? And we're talking about the big chunk, probably like $1,000, $800, something like that. The buyer picks the attorney. The attorney does most of the work for both the buyer and the lender. They do a little bit of work for the seller, pretty much just the deed preparation. So the buyer pays the bulk of the attorney fees. What about interim interest? Interim interest. What is this interim interest? This is the amount of money the buyer has to pay in order to live there the rest of the month of closing. Let's do a little interim interest problem real quick. We know that the loan amount is $300,000. We know that the interest rate is 6% for a 30-year term. And we are closing on April 27th. Do we have enough information to figure out what that buyer will be charged by their new lender for interim interest? Well, step one, we need to get the amount of interest per day. Dollars per day. And the way we do that is take that loan amount, multiply it by that interest rate, which gives us a annual interest of $18,000. That's annual interest. You've done that a million times. Now we need to convert that $18,000 annual interest into daily interest, which is $50 a day. Now that we know our daily interest, how many days do they need to live there? How many days left in the month of closing? Here's our month. Here's our 27th. That's going to be 30 total days minus the 27th is 3. But we need to remember to add a day because that buyer has to pay for the day of closing also. So it needs to be 4 days worth. $50 a day times 4 days, $200. debited to the buyer. Buyer's paying for it, right? So that's interim interest. Another one is earnest money. How does earnest money show up on the settlement statement? Or does it? It is a credit to the buyer, but remember, this is a list of all the debits. So it's sort of not applicable in our case here because we're only trying to come up with what are the expenses, what are the debits. What about due diligence money? Does that show up as a debit to somebody, buyer or seller? That's another credit to the buyer, but in this case, the due diligence money is a debit to the seller. That's going to be listed under a seller expense. Escrows. Setting up the escrow accounts for insurance, for taxes, for maybe mortgage insurance. Who pays for that? Setting up the escrows. That's another buyer thing. Speaking of taxes, who's paying for taxes? Oh, it depends. We don't know when we're closing. If we're closing before September 1st, then it's going to be the seller. It's going to be debiting the seller their portion. If we're closing after September 1st and the seller has paid, they're already paid, then it's going to be a buyer debit. We're taking money away from the buyer, giving it to the seller. And if it's after September 1st and they're not paid, it's going to be a debit to both for their own amounts. Excise tax. Did we talk about excise tax? I don't think so. Who pays excise tax? That's a seller expense. Survey. What if there's a survey? Who's paying for the survey? Well, the buyer's new house needs to have a survey. They're going to have to pay for that survey. I think we hit them all. There might be I think I did an overnight fee. They could also call it a courier fee. And there's two possibilities. The new loan documents would need to be couriered to the new lender for the buyer. So therefore that's a buyer expense. Or also the loan payoff that we have above would be obviously a seller expense. I think that's about everything. They do mention in this problem the title insurance premium. Oh, that's right, title insurance. Who's paying the title insurance? Who cares about it? Title insurance is about the buyer and the buyer's lender. Let's recap title insurance a little bit. During the due diligence period, during the under contract period, the attorney is doing a title search. They're going to check back and look in what's called the grantor grantee index and go back at least how many years, how many years, how far back does the attorney have to check? 30 years because of the Marketable Title Act. It's only as far back as they have to go. If there's any sort of cloud on the title or problem or claim against the property older than 30 years, it doesn't matter. It's automatically extinguished. The attorney only has to go back 30. They look at everything. If they don't find any problems, they tell the title insurance company. It's my opinion that this title is good. There's no issues. And based on the attorney's opinion, the title insurance company will typically say, okay, we will insure the property. We will give title insurance. And they are going to write two policies. They're going to write one for the lender. The lender policy is going to look like this on the graph. It's going to start up here and go down. Because what else is going down on that graph over time? The loan amount. Because the lender's policy is just covering what their money is in the deal. It's just covering the loan amount, and that's decreasing with every payment. So the lender's title policy is going to be gone eventually, probably after 30 years or however long that loan is. There will be no need for a lender's title policy anymore. But another title insurance policy is going to keep going, and that's the one for the owner. So the owner's policy. So you might see on that big monster question some reference to both. Title insurance for the owner and then also for the lender. Both of them are going to be debits to the buyer's side. Whatever they are, however much, they might even add them together and say, here's the total for both. Doesn't matter because they're both going to be charged to the same person, the buyer. Notice there's quite a few less items on the seller's side, but doesn't mean they won't add up to a lot. Because all of these three here is really just going to either be one or nothing. So it's really less than 5 line items that the buyer is responsible for. Any particular math issues that you are thinking about or concerned about? Let me talk about one that I'm seeing here on this monster problem. Here we go. This part about setting up the escrows. Let's revisit that. Loan escrow account deposit required by borrower's lender. They want the lender is telling the attorney, we want you to collect some money so that we can set this money aside into an escrow account, and we want you to collect 8 months for property taxes. And we want you to collect 2 months for homeowner's insurance. And then they also talk about private mortgage insurance, and they reference that a little differently. The taxes and insurance are handled just by saying, what's the annual? And divide that annual by the number of months in a year, 12. And then multiply that times however many months they told them to collect. So how much are the taxes? $1,014 for the year. So if they're $1,014 for the year, how much are they per month? Divide by 12. So taxes are $84.50 per month. And the lender wants the attorney to collect 8 months worth. So that means they need to collect $676 for tax escrow. Now let's do the amount for insurance, hazard insurance. That amount, what's the premium? Homeowner's insurance premium is $575 for the whole year. So we take our $575, divide it by 12 to get our per month, $47.92, and multiply that by the 2 months that the lender is requiring. And so that's $95.84 that need to be collected from the buyer. It's another buyer debit for setting up the escrow account. And so those are both going to be buyer debits. Now, PMI, private mortgage insurance, they want to collect 2 months worth of that. Well, if you'll notice, they're saying the private mortgage insurance premium for the year is a little different. They're saying it's 0.5% of the original loan amount. That's how much the entire premium is going to be. And you got to pay that premium up front as well. What's the loan amount? Let's see. It's a 90% loan on $124,900 purchase price. So the loan amount is $112,410. And so what's the premium amount for private mortgage insurance? 0.5% of that. 112,410 times 0.5% sign means the PMI premium for the whole year is $562.05. So that'll be one line item on the closing disclosure. Just like the taxes are a separate line item from the escrow collection. The insurance is a separate line item for the whole year's premium compared to the escrow collection. But all we're doing here on this page right now is figuring out how much need to be collected for the escrows. This was just to kind of show you how the PMI works. And look what they said here. 2 months of PMI at a renewal rate of 0.35% of the loan amount. All right. PMI is handled with what's called a renewal rate. It's whatever they tell you. And in this case, they said the renewal rate is whatever the loan amount is times 0.35%. So the loan amount was $112,410 times 0.35 and the percent sign. So the renewal rate, let me do it one more time. Is $393.44. And so they want 2 months of that. For $786.87. So it would just be a matter of adding up. That's just going to be another buyer debit. And so all the total escrow amounts collected to set up for taxes, for insurance, and for mortgage insurance so that the money is available when those bills come due every year for the whole term of the loan is going to be whatever these things add up to. That's what it means to collect for escrow. And that's what that, they might just say a renewal rate of $33, right? But sometimes it's a percentage of loan amount. That's all they're talking about there. I think that's the only outstanding weird math that I wanted to call your attention to. We've done everything else. $2 months. They're asking for 2 months to set up the escrow for PMI. Yeah. That's the renewal rate per month, and they want 2 months worth. So, yeah. I feel like that's a lot, but that's all you do. Whatever they say the renewal rate is what you're going to multiply by the number of months that they want to be collected. It's not the same as insurance and taxes where you had to take the whole year premium and divide by 12. In this case, you just go off of whatever they say is the renewal amount. Everything else is what we've covered many times. So let's see. What about you guys? Tell me anything else. Oh, you want to do another interim interest? Is that still a thing? I don't mind. Okay, sure thing. Let's see. Did we do this one? I don't think we did this one. I think I just made one up, right? So if it's let's do it off of this problem. So we've got a loan amount again. I think it was purchase price of $124,900 times 90%. So that loan amount is what we need. $112,410. Interim interest, we need to know how many dollars per day for interest. So we use our loan amount of 112,410, multiply it by what? Whatever the interest rate is for the loan. And in this case, it is a fixed interest rate of 6.5%, right there above my little calculation box. So 112,410 times 6.5%. That tells us what our annual interest is, 7306.65. And if we know the annual, we can turn that into daily by dividing it by 360, which means interest costs $20.30 a day. I'm just rounding up. So if interest is $20.30 a day, the next step is to know how many days worth of interest is the lender going to charge that new buyer. And if they're closing on March 28th and there's 30 days in the month, 28 from 30 is 2. But don't forget, for interim interest, you need to add back a day. So it's a total number of days that the buyer needs to pay for is 3. So we take that $20.30 a day times 3 days is $60.90. Buyer debit or debit buyer. Is there a part that's confusing about that? I think the key there is to not forget to add an extra day back in for the day of closing. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the answer choices were included either or. Catherine, your background looks really cool tonight. I was distracted. Got those lights and monitors or something. Let's see. Anything else? If not, I'll go back to going through final exam review. I think there was some questions about the national maybe. Yeah, that's it. That's the national. Yeah. I skipped some. I don't really like that first one. Which of the following will be dual agency? Okay, I'm good. All right, I'll see. I give up my embarrassing moments to you guys because I want you to not feel bad when you get confused because it happens to everybody. Which of the following will be dual agency? Let me get rid of my little there we go. Which of the following would be dual agency? And so automatically in my brain, I started for some reason thinking about designated dual agency. So don't read too much into it because if it's designated dual, then this isn't going to be possible. Broker in charge assisting a buyer client in purchasing a property listed by a provisional. Can't have that, but it's not. I added it in my own brain. Don't let that happen. True dual agency. And I get people with this all the time in CE. Tomorrow I'm teaching a CE in the morning, and I promise you, at least half of the 60 people in the room will get this wrong. And these are brokers who do real estate. And last time it was on Tuesday, I did brokers in charge. They should know better than anybody. So it's so easy to get tripped up here. The difference between true dual agency and designated dual agency is about loyalty. Right? With true dual agency, you're giving up loyalty. You can't provide it. It's not available. What does that mean? whoever's doing it, whoever's involved in the dual agency, whether it's one broker in between the buyer and the seller or a bunch of them, we have true dual agency. We got the buyer over here and the seller over here, and there's a broker in the middle. We'll just call him an agent. They owe them odd car, not old car. No loyalty. What about this? If you're doing true dual agency and the buyer asks you, how much will the seller come down in their price to? Are you allowed to tell that buyer how much the seller is willing to sell for? They say, will the seller come down to 400? They're asking 450. Well, C is still there. Confidentiality is still there. We still owe everybody confidentiality. So no, we can't tell the buyer what the seller would come down to. What if the seller says, hey, I met you first. I hired you to list my property. And then 3 weeks later, this buyer calls you on the sign and now you're acting like you owe them something? Well, I do. It's called dual agency and you agreed to it, right? So I want to know, how much do you think I can get the buyer to come up to? And that buyer could have even told you, hey, look, I know they're asking $450. I'll pay $450, but on my initial offer, I want to try $400. Can you tell the seller that you know the buyer will indeed come on up to the $450? No, you can't, because you owe confidentiality to everybody, both of them. What you don't owe to either of them in true dual agency is the loyalty part, meaning you can't give either one of them an advantage over the other one. So that comes to light when you're telling that buyer, after everybody's agreed to let you be a dual agent, the buyer says, okay, so how much should I offer? I know they're asking $450, but you've handed me these 3 comparable sales around the corner in the same neighborhood, and I'm seeing one sold for like oh boy. Sorry. One sold for $390, one sold for $440, one sold for $470. So what does that mean? What do I need to do? My pen's just dead. You would say to them, I'm sorry, I can't tell you what you should do because I'm a dual agent. You tell me what you want me to say to them and I'll write up the offer and tell them that. There we go. So if they say, how much should I offer? If you're a true dual agent, you can't answer that question. I can't tell you what to offer. You tell me what you want to offer, and I'll be a mediator between you and the seller. That's all I can do as a dual agent. And if the seller says, okay, you've given me this offer and I'm disappointed, it's $40,000 less than what I'm asking. How much higher do you think you can get them to come up? You have to say, what? Sorry, can't tell you that. I'm a dual agent. Come on, we go way back. Sorry, can't give you an advantage over them. Have to be fair to both of you equally. That's what true dual agency is. Now, if you've explained this thing, let's say we're back in the beginning when you first explained it to the buyer might say, wait a minute, so you can't really do anything and help me except just fill in paperwork? You can't give me advice? And you say, no, I can't. You're just a mediator? Right. Well, then why would I even do this? Why should you get paid both sides of the commission if you can't even be a complete agent for either of us? I'm going to go somewhere else, find my own buyer agent, and we're going to come back. Then we'll make an offer on your listing. And you say, wait a minute, I've got another option for you. We can keep this in-house. We can do, instead of true dual agency, designated dual agency. And I can connect you with your own designated buyer's agent just for you. That's another broker in my firm. Loyalty is restored. We can treat it like it's 2 separate firms. I'll help the seller. I'll be their designated listing agent. This other agent here in the firm will be yours, all for you. And they can't know any secrets about my seller, and I don't yet know any secrets about your confidential position, so that's okay. And that's how we can do this thing. If we've engaged in designated dual agency How many brokers minimum are involved? 2. One for the buyer, one for the seller, because it's designated dual. And if that buyer agent helping that buyer somehow hears you talking on the phone, overhears you talking to your seller, or somehow learns something confidential, or goes really dark and opens up the file cabinet and pulls out the file on the seller's listing and finds out confidential information, that'd like be majorly bad, then they have to tell their buyer whatever they learn that's confidential information. Side note there, the firm could get in trouble because they didn't keep secrets too well in this designated agency situation. So, designated agency is a minimum of 2 brokers, but it could be multiples. It could be that it's you and your entire team of 10 people all being designated buyer agents, 10 of you. And then maybe the designated listing agent is them and their 3 partners. So 4 people helping them. And everybody is acting as designated dual agents, meaning it's basically like 2 separate companies. But if we go back to true dual agency, the minimum number of brokers involved is just 1 agent, but there could be multiples, including a provisional broker and their own broker in charge. Can they work together as dual agents? Yes, because they're not working against each other. What is the thing that's not allowed? The thing that's not allowed is for a provisional and a broker in charge to be designated dual agents together. That's not allowed. Because how could that BIC do what they need to do and help their PB while still keeping the secrets of their own client? They can't. So it's not just any kind of dual agency that's not allowed between PB and BIC. True dual agency is. A PB and their own BIC can do true dual agency. That is okay. Because they're not working against each other. They are both limiting loyalty to either side. They are both keeping the secrets of both parties, even if they know those secrets. Neither one can tell the buyer the lowest number the seller will sell for, or the seller the biggest number the buyer will come up to. Both of them have to be fair, balanced, and not give either side an advantage over the other. So tomorrow morning, when I ask that group of brokers in true dual agency, and I go to great lengths explaining and making sure they know this is true. I'm not talking about designated. I'm talking about true dual agency. Can you have a PB and a BIC both acting as true dual agents, and 90% of them will fall for it? And they'll say, no, can't do it, because they're so conditioned to think that's not allowed. But true is allowed, because again, they're not working against each other when it's true. They're only working against each other when it's designated dual agency, because that's when it's like 2 separate firms again. That's when the fences back up. And so what could you have up against each other when it's designated? You could have PB against PB. You could have PB against regular broker. You could have regular broker against regular broker. You could have regular broker against their own BIC. But what you can't have is PB against their own BIC. That one's not allowed under designated. But it is allowed under true, because they're not even against each other under true. This is no fence. There's no fence. When it's true dual, again, it's not great. True dual agency is not ideal because there's no loyalty that's allowed to be given to either party. So don't think there's no confidentiality. For a while, that was my mistake. I would think, but that doesn't even make any sense. With dual agency, we can't tell the buyer the lowest the seller will take, can't tell the seller the most the buyer will pay. That's keeping secrets. That's keeping people's confidentiality. Thank you. So in light of that, which would be dual agency? I forgot what the right answer was. Oh yeah, it is the first one. That's right. Dual agency is when a broker in charge is helping a buyer that was listed by a provisional broker of the firm. That would be an example of true dual agency. It's not when a broker finding a buyer for a property that the broker personally listed, because what we don't know with this answer is how's that broker interacting with that buyer. They could have found the buyer, but the buyer could be an unrepresented buyer. We don't have enough information here to be able to tell if it's dual or not. Just based on the surface value, you could absolutely, and there are brokers who refuse to do dual agency, but they could still be the only agent in the transaction because they say, I will help a buyer buy my listing, but I'm not going to be that buyer's buyer agent. They're going to have to be an unrepresented buyer. And look out, because I'm really good at what I do and you are outclassed, right? Buyer, they probably wouldn't say that. But here, in that case, the seller has their own agent, but the buyer doesn't have an agent. They're working just by themselves for themselves. And so that could be an example of what's going on here with D. That agent went out, put up a sign, did some ads, and made that buyer raise their hand, call them on the sign, respond to an ad, and say, yeah, I might want to buy this thing. And that buyer could say, I don't want an agent. I don't have an agent. I'm unrepresented. So they found the buyer, but it doesn't say that they're representing the buyer. A firm that represents buyers and sellers doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have to be dual agents. They could just represent buyers only on the buyer transaction, but never help that buyer buy one of their own firm listings. They're helping buyers do buying and helping sellers do selling, but never the same buyer for the same listing, right? And then a provisional broker and a broker licensee from firms that are cooperating. Don't forget your terms. Cooperating is two firms. Cooperating broker means brokers from two separate firms. And so if you look back in the Notion website, there it is. Here's the red flags you might want to take a look at before tomorrow night, just as a reminder, and I still can't, never lets me zoom in on this. The terms, the difference in client versus customer. If you see the word client, you know that that person is who you owe all of the fiduciary to. If you see the word customer, it probably means that they're a sub-agent to the seller, not the actual listing agent, or a sub-agent to the seller and not an actual buyer's agent. They don't owe full fiduciary to a customer. That's the person on the other side of the transaction compared to you and who you represent. And the words offer versus contract, be super careful with that one, right? What's happening in an offer phase is way different than what happens in a contract phase. And by the way, that question about oral buyer agency that we had earlier, he did respond to me, and that was the case. He said he's going to clear that up. Instead of calling it offer to purchase contract, he's just going to say the word contract. It'll make that much clearer if you remember what I was talking about there. Co-brokerage versus in-house. If the word co-brokerage or cooperating shows up, then it's two firms. In-house obviously is one. Executed versus executory. I think you have a good grasp of that. Executed means we're done. We're closed. It is not the thing that you call the contract when you're under contract because you still got work to do. That's called executory. Mortgagor versus mortgagee. The mortgagor is the one making the promise to repay. That's the buyer borrower. The one saying, yeah, you can have my house if I don't keep up my end and pay like I'm promising. The one signing the deed of trust and saying, yes, I will pay. And if I don't, you can accelerate the mortgage, the acceleration clause. Acceleration clause says if you don't make your payments on time, the lender could call the entire loan due. The alienation clause says if you sell the property, then you have to pay the entire loan amount that's due. It's also called the due on sale clause. And then the other clause that could be in a promissory note would be a prepayment penalty, some sort of prepayment penalty. They're not allowed when it's FHA or VA or a certain level of primary residence mortgages. Who signs the deed over to the buyer? Who's the only one that signs off on the deed? Oh, which test? 6 and 9 on which test? The final national? Okay. Don't forget, the only one who signs the deed is the giver of the deed, the seller, the grantor. So here it is. Let's see, number 6. Which of the following would not make a contract voidable? All right. So void, valid, and voidable. We know that the V words are all about who has consequences for breaching. So when it's a valid contract, both sides have consequences. When it's a void contract, neither of them have any. And when it's a voidable one, only one of them have consequences. So usually voidable is all about the people. Are they 18, sane, or sober when they entered into that contract? And so typically the sane one, if it's a medical diagnosis of inability to conduct your own decisions, then that's still a voidable situation, medical. But if the court or a judge steps in, and in this case it says adjudicated incompetent, that means determined in a court of law. JUD is like judge. So adjudicated incompetent by a court of competent jurisdiction. Now the judge has said this person can't conduct their own affairs legally. Therefore, that's the difference. Now it's considered a void contract, not just voidable. So that's what they're talking about. What would not make a contract voidable? This one, because it would be a void one, since the judge stepped in and said so, right? But buyer has only 48 hours feeling duress. If you feel duress, that can make it a voidable contract because you were pressured. Duress is typically when somebody's putting pressure on you, like physical or emotional. Or if someone failed to disclose a material defect, that's another thing that could make it voidable. Or an underage person bought the property. The whole duration of the transaction, they could back out with no consequences. So the only one that's not voidable is the one that is, because of court of law, been turned into void. A bilateral contract means both sides owe things. Promises are made by both sides. So your classic contract to purchase, sell a property, that is beholden to both sides. Both sides are making promises. Seller's saying, if you give me the money you promised me, I'll give you the deed, right? So a bilateral is one where the promise of one is given in exchange for the promise of another. I don't know which answer might have been, you probably had it narrowed down to 2. Most people do. So what's the problem with only one of the parties is obligated? Well, that would make it a unilateral contract. And a good example of a unilateral contract is what? What kind of contract is unilateral? And I see that number 33. We'll definitely get to that. Don't worry about that. What kind of contract is unilateral? Not a contract for sale, but an option to purchase. An option to purchase contract. Because the seller has to sit back and wait for the buyer to make their decision. One side, right? One-sided. Some act is to be performed by one party. Well, that's the same thing, one side. A restriction is placed by one party to limit performance. This word one keeps showing up. So bilateral is 2. Bi means 2. Uni means 1. And what do I have here? 33. If the owner of the dominant tenement becomes the owner of the servient tenement, oh boy, it's a lot of syllables for 930, and merges the 2 properties, the easement is terminated. What are they talking about? It's really talking probably about a driveway. So in this case, we would have a main road. We would have 2 properties stacked. And here's the dominant tenement, property A, and the servient tenement is property B. Because property A needs to have a driveway crossing over the land of property B. because in North Carolina, it's illegal to sell property that's landlocked. So that driveway easement exists, and the name of the owner that gets the right to have the driveway across the other person's land is the dominant one. The servient one, think about it, it's a burden. Having that driveway, they can't do anything with that space except let that driveway be there. So they are the servient person. And so one way, how could this easement go away? How could this easement no longer be needed? Well, maybe there's a road back here. That's not meant to be water. That's another road. And maybe the dominant person A decides, you know what? I don't want to go out this way anymore. Let's put a driveway out to this road. It's a better road anyway. And because they don't need this one, they could agree to let it go and just terminate it because of that. But back to the actual test question, another way that easement could go away is, what if this person buys this property and now they own all of it? Well, guess what? No need for an easement because they own all of it. That's all they're talking about there. So the owner of that dominant tenement buys, becomes the owner of the servient one, merges the two properties, and therefore that easement is terminated. A woman conveys a life estate to her son-in-law and stipulates upon his death, the estate goes to her grandson. So we don't know, if it's a life estate and it's giving it to, or selling it or conveying it to him and it's about his death, then what kind of life estate is it? Is it a conventional life estate or an estate for the life of another? This has nothing to do with the answer to this question. I'm just reviewing the topic real quick. If the life tenant, the son-in-law, is also the measuring life, then this must be the person whose life it depends on is the same one who is receiving the property, though. Right? She's given the property to the son-in-law and says, as long as you, the son-in-law, are alive, you get to have the property. In other words, you can't leave it to your heirs. That's a conventional life estate. Yeah. There you go. That's a conventional. If the question had said she conveyed the life estate to her son-in-law and stipulated that upon the grandson's death, then it goes back to herself. Then that would be for the life of another. The question is, who's the life tenant? The son-in-law. Who's the life on who it depends? Also the son-in-law. Therefore, when it's the same person like that, it's a conventional life estate. Just as a recap. But the question itself says, what is the person called that it goes to when the measuring life dies? And so there's two options as to what happens to the property when the measuring life dies. It's either going to go back to the one who gave it or sold it, or it's going to go to another person, a third party. And in this case, it's going to a third party, her grandson. So it's an estate in remainder, or the grandson is a remainderman, would be another way to say it. If it reverted back to her, then the answer would be A, an estate in reversion. Let's see. Let me catch up on estate for V and estate. Yes, an estate pour autre vie and an estate for the life of another mean the same thing. But they would both require that the life tenant is not the lifespan that the ownership depends on. So when would it be for the life of another? It would be, we could rewrite it to say, a woman conveys a life estate to her son-in-law and stipulates that upon her grandson's death, the property comes back to her, or it goes to the Boys Club of North Carolina, or someone, right? It could revert to her, or it could be a remainderman to someone else. Any way that the son-in-law, who is the life tenant, is not the same as the measuring life. That would make it C. Does that help? A life estate conveys to the life tenant what? Well, it's not a leasehold estate because we're talking about freehold. This is all about ownership, not leasing. Does it convey reversionary interest? No. What that life tenant is receiving is ownership. It's limited ownership, though. It's limited ownership in that they only get it for the duration of whatever the lifespan is that's been determined. Is it an estate pour out V? Well, they don't really give us a ton of information, but the best answer here is ownership for life. Because based on this information, all we know is a life estate was conveyed to a life tenant. They don't really specify who the measuring life is. We don't know from this question, is it conventional or is it for the life of another? But in either case, it's ownership for somebody's lifespan, lifetime. So therefore, D is the best answer. How could C be the best answer? If they specifically said a life estate conveys to the life tenant for the duration of his aunt's lifetime. Now it's clearly for the life of another, but they didn't go to that level. Brother and sister, and by the way, I know we're past time and I don't mind keeping on going. You're welcome to leave. Let me handle that before you go, though. Let me know, obviously, between now and tomorrow, if you have other questions. Some people reached out and I'm happy to respond. I do have a thing in the morning, that CE class, but in the afternoon, I'm pretty flexible. So I don't mind helping and giving you some clarification on something that might be confusing still. And reach out. Feel free to reach out, text, email, whatever. I know you got this. Make sure it's a priority. Make sure you follow those rules that he spelled out and you're here on time. We can't roll in late after the 5:30 hour this time. It's got to be on time in order to be able to test. And if you haven't taken all 6 practice tests, you've got to have that done by, I think he said 4:30 tomorrow. If it's not done by 4:30, you won't be allowed into the room to take the test tomorrow. Besides that, you've been lovely. I appreciate you. I wish for you the very best. Whether, no matter what your time frame is, I'll hope to see you across the closing table someday or in a CE class someday. But let me know how your journey goes and be glad to give you advice and help along the way. When it gets to the point of interviewing with brokers, reach out. I'll be glad to give you my 2 cents. I don't really have a preference of certain firms, but I can give you some ideas of how to go about the interview process, maybe questions to ask, considerations to keep in mind. And if it involves some more education somehow or other, I'm happy to help with that too. Just like giving you tips, not even necessarily if you take a class that I'm teaching, but just reach out, stay in touch. Let me know how you're doing. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be there the whole time. I'll be here the whole time watching your faces as you're taking this test. Not really. I'll just be there watching the chat and kind of glancing up, making sure nothing crazy is happening. You are lovely and wonderful, and I wish for you the best. And I'm going to keep going over some questions. If you do need to leave, you're welcome to. You're fine. But otherwise, I'll go for another few minutes here, and then we'll call it. Okay? All right. Let's see. Brother and sister bought a commercial building and took title as joint tenants with right of survivorship. The brother died. What's going to happen with right of survivorship? It's sort of like they're married, right? They've got that right of survivorship thing going. Therefore, if he dies, she now owns the building in what way? Well, she doesn't have a co-owner anymore. It's just her now. So when it's just one person who owns something, that's called severalty. She doesn't co-own it with his heirs. That's not a thing. If it didn't have that right of survivorship thing, then she would be the co-owner with whoever his heirs were. Let's say that his heirs are a couple of kids, maybe a wife. He's got a wife and kids. Now, in a tenants in common with no right of survivorship, for instance, you're welcome. She would be the new co-owner with his wife and kids, whoever his heirs are, right? Because, by the way, he could be married and not own this thing as tenant's entirety with his wife. I'm going way off track from what this question is right now. I'm just kind of riffing, giving you some examples. So don't read this thing and think, where's he seeing all this extra stuff? I'm making it up. So he could own it with his wife. He dies because he owned it with his wife as tenants in, well, they could all be joint tenants together. Joint tenants, the brother, the sister, and the brother's wife. And because there's right of survivorship, well, now the wife and the sister are the owners, right? So just those terms and features of joint versus, what if the people who co-own it together, forget about these guys, but just three people who co-own are going to own it in equal proportions? Do they have to, in joint tenancy, do they have to own it equally, or could they own it unequally? When it's joint tenancy, first of all, in real life, it's kind of whatever they want. Just have the attorney write it up however they want. But for the purposes of this test, the generic rules between the three are joint tenancy is equal ownership interest. So 3 people would each own a third each. 2 people would own 50-50. If it were maybe a dating couple and she was putting more of a down payment in, the dating part is irrelevant, but she's got higher down payment than he's putting in. Maybe she insists that she's going to be an 80% owner and he's a 20% owner. Then they would need to use tenants in common because that allows for unequal ownership proportions. If it's gosh, now I feel bad. I can't use the internet tomorrow. If it's different times that they buy it, if they're buying it, okay, hang on, there we go. If it's different times that they're buying it, then that's going to be tenants in common as well. In order to be joint tenants, you have to buy at the same time. So if you buy together today, and then next year your partner sells their part to someone else, who's that other person they sell out to next year going to be? How are they going to be owning it? They can't be a joint tenant. They're going to be a tenant in common, right? Because they didn't buy it when it was originally purchased by everyone. So that's the other thing. In both joint and tenants in common, you can sue each other to sell for right of partition. You can sue each other so that you get the chunk and can get your piece and move on with life. You can also sell just your part without their permission. You have the right to use the entire property, by the way. You can't just draw a line down the middle and, I get the bathroom, you get the kitchen. You have full use of the whole property. When it's tenants by the entirety, that's for married people only. They cannot sue each other for a right to partition in order to get the chunk of money. They have built-in right of survivorship. So what if you wanted right of survivorship, but you didn't want to get married? Probably the best option would be joint tenancy because that tends to have right of survivorship included. Brother and sister cannot concurrently own real estate in North Carolina as what? Tenants by entirety because they can't get married in North Carolina. I'll pause for you to make a joke about which states do allow brothers and sisters to get married, but you can keep that one to yourself. One of 2 owners holds an undivided 60% interest and the other holds an undivided. Okay, when you read the instructor's mind, owns a 60-40. The 2 owners probably hold their interest as what? Since it's unequal, it's going to be tenants in common, right? Not joint. Joint would be equal. These other 2 are just made up answers. In order to reach the garage on their property, the owner utilizes an easement appurtenant that runs with the property, giving the right to use the neighbor's driveway. The neighboring property is therefore called the servient tenement, right? Because they have to allow it to be used, and it's a burden on them. So they're like a servant. Developer grants the power company the right to install transmission lines throughout the subdivision, and this right is called what? when it's given to a company or like a railroad company, power company, that easement is given to them to conduct their activities. And so they own the easement. The easement goes with them. If they no longer need it, the easement's gone. It's not tied to the property. It's tied to the owner who gets to use the easement. So that's what it means by easement and gross. When a personal judgment is properly recorded in the county where the defendant resides and owns real property, the judgment becomes what? Let's see, what number was that? That was 42. What did I do wrong about that? An involuntary lien. Okay, I went too specific, literally. Personal judgment is properly recorded in the county in which the defendant resides and owns real property. The judgment becomes, we didn't have enough information here to determine, was it specific to the property itself or was it general? So it definitely in either case was an involuntary lien because they're not happy about it, right? So best answer choice is C, involuntary lien. A promissory note is primary evidence of a debt. That has the terms of that loan, payment, interest rate, number of payments. May not be executed in connection with the loan. Well, gosh, there would be no loans if that were not allowed. Is an agreement to perform or not perform? Nope. Guarantee by government? Nope. It's just proof that you owe somebody something. It's the thing that holds your feet to the fire that you got to pay them back. If the amount realized at a mortgage foreclosure auction is more than the amount of indebtedness and expenses, then the excess belongs to whom? So with the foreclosure, let's talk about that for a second. The borrower has, for some reason, probably not made some payments. The lender at some point, could be after the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 10th, 12th, however long they're willing to let it go, finally says to their trustee, we want to start foreclosure. We want to initiate our acceleration clause because they haven't paid their mortgage in a few months. And so now that trustee, probably an attorney, is going to send a foreclosure notice to the borrower saying, look, you've not paid your mortgage, therefore now we're in foreclosure. There's a court date set. You have until this certain time, this date, to pay what you owe. Pay the back mortgage payments, all 3 months, plus interest, plus penalty. And that borrower could scrape and sell stuff on eBay and borrow from neighbors and friends and maybe get enough money and save it. They could keep the property if they could somehow buy their way out of that hole. But now that hole is more than just those 3 mortgage payments. It's also the penalties and interest on top of it, and most people can't. Once they get to the sale, the foreclosure sale, then the owner pretty much just has to ride it out. And whoever ends up being the highest bidder is the one that's going to get the property. That person makes the highest bid, and they have to sit and wait until 10 days goes by with no higher bids coming in. So it's called a 10-day upset bid period. Somebody upsets the bid with a higher one. On day 7, a new 10 days starts, and that goes on and on and on until people still get to the point where they're like, oh, now it's just not worth it. I don't want to pay too much for this property. Somebody's going to win it. And then once that foreclosure sale happens, the new owner's the new owner, and some expenses need to be paid from this sale. The first expenses, top of the list, are the court-related foreclosure expenses. Second on the list are any liens in the proper lien order of priority. What is the lien priority? What's the number one that always gets paid if you owe, no matter what? Say you owe a whole bunch of stuff. I'll list some things. You owe special assessments to the government for street lights. You're behind on your property tax. You're behind on you got some mechanics liens. You didn't pay the roofer. Out of that list of 3, you got it. Taxes come first. But in the case of foreclosure, the foreclosure expenses, right? A few $100, I don't know, maybe even 1,000 for the process, the court costs related to the foreclosure, then the property tax, then if there's government special assessments, and then after that, if there's still outstanding liens, any liens that are specific to the property. And then after that, any liens that are general, which means like IRS and North Carolina Department of Revenue. All of them in order of when they were recorded. And so notice we've paid off a bunch of people. It's rare that there's any money left from this sale, paying off all those liens, but maybe there weren't a bunch of liens. Maybe there's actually some money left over. Who does that money go to that's left over in a foreclosure sale? If there happens to be some left, it goes to the borrower who got foreclosed on. And we can all kind of sadly chuckle at the irony because there's not going to be any left. But if there were, they would actually be the ones who get it. The grantor is the one who gave the deed of trust. Said, look, I will pledge this property as collateral. They granted it to the, don't think grantor means lender. It's not the lender getting any excess or overage. It's the property owner who lost it to foreclosure, but they're probably not getting anything because there's a bunch of liens that had to be paid. Oh, this is just a case of going backwards with the math. We know that to get annual interest, we need to multiply loan amount times interest rate. So in order to get the principal amount of the loan, it's just going to look like this. So we've got, it says interest payment is 6%. Okay. The monthly payment is $1,050. So if that's monthly, then how much is it annually? 1,050 times 12 is 12,600 per year annual interest. And so you know your annual interest formula. That's the thing on top times the interest rate times the loan amount, and that's what they're asking for. What's the loan amount? So we just take that 12,006 and divide it by 6%. So the initial loan amount borrowed was $210,000. That's when the T formula comes in handy because it's just a matter of plugging the numbers in the right spot, and then it tells you which math you need to do. So 210. Home buyer recently financed their first home with a fixed rate conventional loan. The type of interest that will be paid over the life of the loan is what? Fixed rate conventional. We're just dealing with simple interest. That's why it's just loan amount times interest rate equals annual interest. It's not like something super complicated, compound interest, discounted interest. Simple interest is how it's calculated. Loan amount expressed as a percentage of the value, loan to value. Take the loan amount, divide it by the value of the property, and that's that percentage, right? The clause in a deed of trust that allows the lender to declare the entire amount due immediately upon default. Default is the key word there. Not due upon sale, but due upon default. If it's due upon the default, then it's the acceleration clause. Acceleration says we're accelerating the time that you have to pay back your loan. The other kind of clause, which is not the right answer here, is the alienation clause, which would be what kicks in if the seller sells the property. It keeps the seller from being able to not give the lender the entire loan balance. They can just keep making their low payment. Like, for instance, there's a music company called Zounds, like Sweetwater or something, and I buy things for zero interest sometimes. And so if I buy something for $1,000 for zero interest, make payments, I can sell that thing to somebody and still keep making my little $50 a month payment, but get the big old chunk of money from that person I sold it to, because there's no due on sale clause with regard to this music company. So that's what people would do all day long if the lender would allow them to. Wouldn't that be a pretty cool deal? You get a big old chunk of money and you don't even own the property anymore. But the downside for the lender is they don't have any collateral for the loan. So that's why the due on sale or alienation clause exists. The clause in the mortgage that would prevent the assumption of the mortgage by a new purchaser. An assumption means, look, I'm going to take over your payments. I'm going to buy this property. Let's not bother your lender. We don't need to tell your lender about it. I like that you bought this 2 years ago when the rates were literally 2.5%, 2.75. Now they're not that. So let's just leave that loan alone and let me keep making that nice low payment, and we'll keep a secret from that lender. Well, guess what? If the lender finds out somehow, they're probably going to say, not a big fan of this. This is the person who supposedly bought it, but we didn't qualify them, so we want all our money. We're initiating our alienation clause, due on sale clause. You basically sold it and didn't tell us. So now that we know about it, you got to pay us the entire amount that's due. Real estate is sold under an installment land contract. The legal title, that's seller financing. So it's held by the seller until the entire amount is paid. Is this a great deal for the buyer? Installment land contract. The buyer's in buyer's in a bit of jeopardy here, because they could end up missing a payment, losing it to foreclosure, lose all the credits they've accumulated toward the purchase price, and also lose it to foreclosure. So a contract or an installment land contract, seller financing, is probably because the buyer can't buy it in a normal way. Might even be that the seller can't find a buyer because the property is kind of weird and unique in a bad way. But it definitely puts the buyer more in jeopardy, especially in the event of a default. Fannie Mae. What about Fannie Mae? That's the marketplace of the secondary mortgage market, where mortgages are accumulated into big bundles and bought and sold back and forth. So Fannie Mae purchases loans on the secondary mortgage market. They don't originate them. The various lenders originate them. When does the origination happen? Is that in the primary market or the secondary market? That's the one on the street, one loan at a time. You go in the bank, you go to the lender, I want to borrow money to buy a house, they make the loan. That's the primary market. The secondary market is when those loans are bought and sold amongst various entities. They don't provide insurance for FHA loans. There's a mortgage insurance company that does that. FHA insures loans. VA guarantees loans. Don't forget those words about those specific kinds of loans. But Fannie Mae is on the secondary market. That's the major marketplace. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have the common purpose of, again, purchasing existing mortgage loans. We could add to that on the secondary mortgage market. They don't originate, they don't insure, they don't guarantee. They're the marketplace where the loans are bought and sold. A loan payable in periodic installments that are sufficient to pay the entire amount, that's the word amortization. Mortician, mortuary, death of the loan over time. Between year 1 and year 30, that loan gets paid off, it gets killed. So those periodic installments are determined by some calculations that allow for that same equal payment, that same $1,500 a month for all 360 months to result in a loan balance of zero. Equal Credit Opportunity Act is what the lender has to follow, and it requires that if you turn someone down for a loan, you got to tell them why. Just like if they turn you down for a car loan or a credit card, you get that letter in the mail a month or so later, and it's a reminder that you didn't get it because they're like, here's why we turned you down. It doesn't have to do with real estate agents. It's about lenders. And it has protected classes identical to fair housing? No. It's got some 3 additional classes. Equal Credit Opportunity Act has additional classes. What are some of them? Do you remember? Think about grandma, 100-year-old grandma. Can she get a 30-year mortgage? You bet. That lender cannot discriminate against her because of her age. Marital status. You can't deny someone a loan because they're not married or they are married. And then, gosh, on the spot, what's the third one? I'm blanking. I'll think about it. No, you say income? N- yeah, public assistance income. Good job. Group effort. There it is. Receipt of public assistance income. You can't discriminate against somebody getting income that way. Which of the following terms may appear in an advertisement for a loan without triggering? So what is not a trigger term? Well, anything payment related or interest related is a trigger term, something that affects your payment. So the most generic of the four options here is the one that says assumable mortgages available. 1 penny down, if it weren't for D, I would probably lean toward that one, but that's still, the down payment does affect the payment. So in that regard, all of these are trigger terms that would require full disclosure of any of them if you advertise one of them. They've all got to be disclosed. But you can say like low down payment available. In this case, assumable mortgages available. Federal agency for the oversight of welfare in connection with lending practices. I believe it's going to be C. Let me double check. 56. Yeah, C. Another one of those brain moments of failure. Oversight of public welfare for lending, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Home loan qualifying process considers the housing expenses that include what? Those qualifying ratios. For a conventional loan, what are the numbers? The front end ratio, meaning your entire principal, interest, taxes, and insurance and private mortgage insurance must not exceed what percentage of your monthly gross income? What's that magic number? 28%. Then when we add in the grown adult part of the equation, meaning you chose to have a car payment and you have a student loan and you have anything monthly recurring, that plus the PMI is the 36, the back end ratio, the recurring debt plus the PITI. So including what? Includes the monthly PITI and PMI. Doesn't include grocery bills or utilities or annual medical expenses. Is looking at monthly expenses. Trade fixture is not even a fixture, right? It's the only thing that's called a fixture that's not, because it's something that the commercial tenant is using for their business that they get to take with them when they leave, like the sinks in a hair salon or the griddle in a kitchen. To expound on that, an agricultural fixture is something that is affixed to the land in a farm situation that is still real property. That does not get to go with the lender. The tenant. It stays with the real property. Company furnishes materials and is subsequently not paid. What can they do? File a mechanics lien. A couple things about a mechanics lien. When they file it, they have to file it within 120 days of the last day they did work or provided materials. And once they filed it, the date in line, so to speak, becomes the first date that they provided work or materials. And then also, that's just filing it. That's so that they can have their place and actually execute it if they choose to. So if they choose to execute it, and they have 180 days total from last day of work or materials provided to do the execution of the lien. It might be that they file it just so that they have their space in line, but they never have to execute it because maybe the person that owes the money actually pays them. Seller's under contract to sell a property using the standard offer to purchase. The decorated master bedroom has vertical blinds, hand-painted switches, and electrical outlet covers, and draperies from fabric that matches. Which may the seller legally remove? And that is just the draperies. Oh, yeah, that's right. Blinds are part of fixtures. So the draperies are the only ones that are not automatically included fixtures, considered fixtures. Which of the following liens hold first priority regardless? Taxes. You answered that already. Charges on a property owner to pay for installation of sewer and water. That's a special assessment by the government. Meets and bounds has to start and end at the same place. Which of the following is an essential element of a valid deed? Oh boy. Does it need to be sealed? No, that's a non-essential element. It'd be nice if it had the word seal next to it, and it actually usually does. Does it have to be recorded? No, but not for the purpose of making the deed valid. It does need to be recorded in order to comply with the Connor Act and also the for it to be considered a closing. But it's not something that makes it valid or not. It's still a valid deed even if it's not recorded. What makes it valid? Words of conveyance, signature by the seller or grantor, a consideration, amount of consideration, but not the grantee's signature or recordation or a seal. For a deed to be valid, the grantor does need to be competent. The signature does not have to be witnessed or notarized, but it usually is notarized. Doesn't have to be, though. Still a valid deed if it's not. To be valid, it does not have to be recorded. It has to be recorded for other reasons, but not to make it be considered valid. What's true about a special warranty deed? It sounds like it's backwards. A general warranty deed gives more protections, more promises than a special one. General protects all of the past, including when you owned it, including the future. A special warranty deed just limits your guarantees of ownership to when you owned it. You're not speaking for any time that it was out of your ownership. Connor Act says, following documents must be recorded to be valid against third parties, except which one? In other words, which of these must be recorded to protect against third-party claims? Restrictive covenants, leases longer than 3 years, deed of trust, but not a contract. We don't record contracts. What are characteristics of value? We're going way back now, like chapter 1 or 2. Scarcity affects value. How few are there to pick from? Transferability. How hard is it to sell it? Utility. What can you do with it? All of that affects value. But obsolescence, like functional obsolescence, there are things that we read about when we got to the valuation chapter talking about cost approach. So that's not a value thing. Is it necessary to calculate dollar value for depreciation when using which of the following? Depreciation is about cost approach because we're figuring out the cost to build it new, but it's not new, so we have to allow for that by depreciating it. Sales comparison would be most important when it's a resale. We also would do it for new, but the best answer is resale because you're comparing it to other resales. Apartments and retail would be the income approach. Market price, the word price is your clue there. Market price is the sale price. It's whatever it's sold for. Market value is the appraiser's guess at what it is worth. Phone call on the do not call list. Which one is a violation? Well, there are listings that expire, and there are a ton of agents that call those sellers trying to get them to relist with them. But if that expired listing owner is on the do not call list, you're not supposed to call them. But they do. But hey, that's the right answer here. Can't call them. Can you call a seller client that closed a year ago? Sure. You did something with them. You could even call them 18 months ago, as far back as 18 months, right? For sale by owner because you have a buyer who's interested. Well, they put the sign out saying it's for sale. So therefore, if you have a legit buyer, yeah, you can call them. But again, what agents do wrong is not have a legit buyer, and they call them anyway and try to do a surprise attack listing appointment. Home inspector about an inspection. Yeah, that's nothing to do. That's their business. That's what they're doing their business for. Hey. Exactly. Because you remember how all agency agreements are for a specific time, have to have an expiration. And so a listing agreement has an expiration. So it might only be listed for 3 months or 6 months or 9 months. It's all negotiable. But let's say 4 months have gone by and it expired yesterday. It's going to show up in the MLS instead of looking like active. It's going to show up as an expired listing. And there are people who do automatic searches and manual searches looking for every day, as of midnight, what listings just expired. And they're going to try to get that person's phone number. They might even go to the house and leave them a little gift, like a package of information of what I can do to get it sold. So yeah. Civil Rights Act of 1866, knowing the differences in these different time frames. Civil Rights Act was all about race, and I remember that just because of the Civil War, right? And then fast forward to 1960, was it 8? And that's the Fair Housing Act, Federal Fair Housing Act. And it started with, let me think, race, color, national origin, and I think maybe religion. Then in the 70s, they added sex. In the 80s, they added disability and whatever's left that I just blanked on. So know those differences because they might ask you based on when things were added. Fair Housing Act apply to all states because it's federal. To refuse a lending institution refusing to make a loan because of ethnic or racial composition is redlining. What's blockbusting? That's when a broker is trying to intimidate or influence a seller about selling. And then steering is when you're trying to scare or influence a buyer. And that's easy because you're thinking you're steering them to certain neighborhoods. You're driving them in your car, steering. Panic peddling is sort of what any of these are. That's sort of all of this stuff. Federal fair housing may provide exemptions for all of the following except what? People could be exempt from fair housing because of 55 or older community. Could be that they have a club and only people who are in that club or of this category can join that club, or religious organization, Baptist Association, only Baptist. But that doesn't mean that you can discriminate against other of the classes, only the religious ones. But never can you have a racially based organization. That goes back to the Civil Rights Act. Nothing in real or personal property can be based on race. When a licensee reports minorities moving to an area, we just talked about it, scaring a seller because of that will be blockbusting. Lead-based paint, the seller doesn't have to promise or test for lead-based paint or promise it doesn't have it. They just have to disclose whatever they know about it. They're not required to go do the deep dive research, but if they know they had a test done, they do have to disclose because the property was built prior to 78. The ADA is about giving people with disabilities reasonable accommodations. It could be that we're changing or modifying the property with a wheelchair ramp or widening doorways. It could be that we're modifying the procedure, like that post office that will honk the horn. They'll come out and get your key and bring you your stuff. Property manager's chief concern is the highest rate of return for the owner's investment because it's a vehicle, right? That property is a product that they are in charge of. An estate at will, remember the estates of leasehold, there's periodic tenancy, there's period to period, estate for years, and then there's estate at will and estate at sufferance. So estate at will terminates on the death of the leaseor or leasee, and it's casual. Hey, I need to be here for a while. Great. I need you to be out because I'm selling it. Okay, no big deal. It's friendly. A lease that involves partial or full payment of expenses is a net lease. You can remember that and think about the net operating income involves subtracting out expenses. A percentage lease is a lease based upon how much are you making in a month? What was your profit over a certain amount, income, profit? What's the best definition of eviction? The enforcement of a court order to remove a leasee. There were 4 kinds of eviction. The one that's what everybody thinks about is summary ejectment. There's also constructive eviction, which means tenant is constructively evicting themselves. They're leaving, so they don't have to pay rent anymore because it's an unsafe place. What are the other 2? Constructive, summary ejectment. The landlord, I'm just blanking on my words, but the landlord can't take the door off, can't stop paying the utilities to force the person out. What's the name of that one? Self-help eviction. And then retaliatory eviction is if the tenant exercises some of their rights, the landlord can't evict them over it. And if they try to, then the tenant has guaranteed 12 months they can stay. A property management firm can receive its income as a fixed rate, as a percentage of rent, but not as a percentage of purchases made from suppliers. Functions of the property manager include all the following, except which one? Well, they do try to get the best NOI by controlling expenses and vacancy rates. They do preserve and maintain the property. They do carry out fiduciary relationships for the owner because it is an agency relationship, but they don't apply the gross rent multiplier. Who uses the gross rent multiplier? An investor or a broker helping an investor trying to decide about some very simple, small rental property, single family, duplex, something like that. That's not a property manager thing. Fixed expenses the manager should consider when developing the budget, except which one. All the following of except which one. Salaries are included, taxes, insurance premiums, but not repairs. They're not fixed. Who knows how much they're going to be? Depends on the item, right? The formula for net operating income is the total amount you could possibly get for the property, multiple units, every unit rented, subtract out for the vacancy rate and any sort of collection amounts, and then subtract out for operating expenses. And that leaves us with a net operating income. I'm going to leave that one alone. You know how to charge discount points. It's going to be the loan amount times the number of points as a percentage. Next monthly interest payment is going to be the loan balance times the interest rate. That's the annual interest. So divide by 12 to get the monthly interest. Pretty straightforward. Depth. Oh, here we go. We didn't really talk about acreage. So just as a recap there, being able to go back and forth in this acreage stuff. So we've got a lot with a depth of 80 feet and an area of 4,800 square feet. And so therefore it's sold for $350 per front foot. So we need to know this amount, this front footage. And so if we know the 4,800 and the 80, that gives us that other one. So 4,800 divided by 80, means the front footage is 60 feet. And then they say it was $350 per front foot that it sold for. So what is the 60 times 350? It sold for $21,000. That was the total sale price. How many acres are contained? I'll just keep it on this and read off the question. How many acres are contained in the are contained in a rectangular land parcel with a width of 175 and a depth of 685. So it looks like that. So what's 175 times 685? A total square footage of 119,875. And if we divide that by the four little old ladies going 35 and a 60, that gives us 2.75 acres. Sales comparison approach. What is the indication of value for the subject property? Let me bring that back up. With the information given. Subject property is 2,000 square feet. I'll write it out and then I'll share it with you. 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, 1 car garage. Comparable is 2,150 square feet. 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. Sorry. I got off. 2 baths, just 2 baths, and a 2 car garage. Comparable sold for $215 last week. That's important to know because we adjust the comparable sale price, never the subject, because we don't know the subject yet. Additional square feet are $80 per square foot. What's the difference in 2150 and 2000? That's 150 feet times $80 a square foot. That means an adjustment of $12,000. And since the comparable is bigger than the subject, we need to subtract from whatever the comparable sold for. So minus the $12,000. Full baths are $4,000. Half baths are $2,500. What's the difference? It's 1/2 bath difference. And so the comparable has fewer, so we need to add dollars for the half bath that it doesn't have. So we need to add $2,500 for the half bath. 2-car garages are worth $10,000, and they're making us have to make some deductions here. We're deducing that since a 1-car garage is on the subject and a 2-car garage is on the comparable, that that 1-car garage difference has got to be $5,000. So it's going to be a $5,000 adjustment, and since the comparable is bigger, we need to subtract that $5,000. So we're going to make these adjustments. Do that $215, subtract $12,000, add $2,500, subtract $5,000. So all else being the same, that comparable theoretically would be worth $200,500. Is that even how you say it? Hopefully. Let me take a quick look here. Okay, good. I skipped it because I was in a hurry. Property manager is paid 8% of collected rents each month from a 20-unit apartment building. There are 5 one-bedroom units at $500 each. So 5 ones at $500. 10 2-bedrooms at $650. 5 3-bedrooms at $800. If the units are fully leased and the manager collects for all units except 2 of the 2-bedroom units, how much is the management fee for this month? So it's 8% of all collected rents. So how much is collected? Okay, there's we're gonna make a note here to subtract 2. So we're only gonna do 8 instead of 10 on the 2-bedroom units. So 5 units at $500 is $2,500. 8 instead of 10 at $650 is another $5,200. And then 5 at 8 is a $4,000 amount. So what's that? 65 plus 5, it's 11,700, I think. There we go, 11,700. And so the amount is 8% of that. That manager should be making $936. And there it is. Okay, good. Family purchased their house for $126,500, made no improvements. They sold for $162,275. What was their percentage of gross profit? How much more did they sell it for? So if we just take that that 162,275 and divide it by what they originally bought it for. So sale price divided by original price, 162,275 divided by 126,500, that gives us a 1.28. Well, the 1 is the original price there. So the difference is just that 2.8. So it sold for 28.3% profit. Small office building sold for $949. Listing broker got $54,990. So what was the rate? And that's just working backwards. So we know that if we have the sale price, there we go. Sale price times the commission rate equals the commission in dollars. And so we could rewrite this as a circle formula. Commission in dollars is sale price times the commission rate. And so what do we know? We know the sale price of $949. We know the commission in dollars was $54,990. And so now that we put them in the right places, we know automatically what to do with it. $54,990 divided by 949. They charged basically a 5.8% commission rate. Property owner wants to net $56,500 from a sale of her building. She has to pay a 7% commission and $160 marketing allowance. Rounded to the nearest dollar, what is the minimum that needs to be sold for? So we add up all the dollar things. We know the 7% commission, but we know she needs to net the $56,500 and $160. So that's $56,660 is what needs to be in her pocket after she pays the 7% commission. What's the difference between 100% of the full sale price and the 7% going to the broker? That means the seller is getting 93% of the sale price. That's their cut. Your cut as the broker is the 7. So that's how we know what to divide by. The total amount you added up in dollars, $56,660 divided by 93%, means it needs to sell for $60,920, basically $925. Sellers collected the rent from all 5 tenants, 2 paying $345 a month. 2 at $345 a month. 3 paying at $425 a month. How much rent will be credited to the buyer? Oh boy, at a September 19th settlement. I skipped this one. All right, here's what that looks like. So what's the total rent? $345, that's $690 plus $1,275. Means the total rent collected is $1,965. Now that we know the total rent and we have in the month of closing, it's the 19th. Does the seller get to also keep the rent on the actual day of closing for that day too? Yeah. Usually they're paying for the day of closing. This is the one benefit that the seller is, well, what's the phrase? Seller is responsible for day of closing. Well, they get the rent for the day of closing. How much rent will be credited to the buyer? The rest of the month's worth. The seller gets it for the first 19 days. So probably the easiest way to do this is to say 1965 divided by 30 days is $65.50 per day times those 19 days, and that's going to be the seller's portion. So the seller is entitled to $1244.50, but that's not what they're asking. They want to know how much will the buyer get. The buyer will get the difference in the total possible minus the seller's portion. So 1965 minus that $1244.50 means the buyer's getting a credit for $720.50. Assume the listing and selling brokers split the commission evenly. What is the sale price of a house if the broker receives $25.93 and the total commission rate is 6.5%? So that helps, I think, to write the tree, sort of write the commission tree, I call it. And typically it's going to be sale price total commission in this case is 6.5%. And that's going to branch down to a firm. So I think, and they're splitting it equally. So that 6.5 is going to be 3.25 and 3.25. And then of that, let's see, I think that's what that's saying is this whole firm's chunk. Let's see, it's 25.93.50. Should be that. Let me double check. 79.8. Okay, good. So what do? We know that 3.25 is the even amounts between the two parties. So this firm amount, they said the listing broker firm, that's what they mean, is 25.93.50. That 25.93.50 is 3.25% of what price? So we could rewrite it the way we did that kind of net math. 25.93.50 is 3.25% of what price? So then just plug it in the calculator. 25.93.50 divided by 3.25% gives us the price of $79,800. And you could double check that and say, okay, if the price is $79,800 and you're paying a total of 6.5% commission, that's a $51.87 total, and then that gets divided evenly. And so there's our 25.93.50 again. Oh, it snuck up on me. I was waiting for one more. There it is. Questions? We okay? Want to keep doing this until tomorrow at 5:30? Take a little potty break, come back, just keep cranking it out. You guys are going to be great. Let me know if you have other questions about, I think we didn't really cover as much of the first half of this one. So go back through that one. Let me know what might be a mystery that you don't understand, what you can't make sense of, right? Yeah, no, I could see it's just, he said literally oozing out of your ears. I'm like, not literally, but feels like it. You're going to be great. Let me know what I can do to help, and I'll see you tomorrow. Get some sleep and take a nap. Do what? Let me think. I believe you do. Yeah, you will. You will. Yeah. You're welcome. Take care. Have a good night.